Hello, everybody. Welcome to our long series of webinars today. We have 5 back-to-back sessions coming to you. What we call here is our mega webinar series. We have a whole lot on the agenda planned for today. So we're really excited about what speakers we have coming to you and kind of some of the content and learnings we hope we can share with everyone kind of across our industry. Would love to get a sense of just who's out there. If you want to just say hi in the chat and let us know maybe where you're from. So for our 5 sessions today, we have the first one here is with Fabrice Canel, who's from Microsoft, and he's just going to be talking to us about how to drive AI-powered clicks, manage crawlers effectively, kind of the change in kind of the AI and kind of search ecosystem broadly, and kind of what site owners and business owners can expect kind of going forward. After that, I'm going to stay on here, and we have John coming in about how to effectively streamline your operations, create effective strategies as an agency, and really power kind of an effective go-to-market motion for your clients. After that, we have Nat, Josh, and Ron coming on for AI-powered agencies and what agencies are doing to kind of scale and improve their client services. We have a session after that with Joseph on how fast AI can win. And then finally, to cap it off with Andy, Katie, and Santi, we have a hand-on prompting session, very tactical session of what are the prompts you can use, how can you effectively use AI to generate content and use it for a wide range of activities. So whole lot of content, whole lot of sessions coming your way. So make sure you stay along with us. With all of that said, let's get in, let's start to get into our session now with Fabrice of kind of learning how to drive AI powered clicks. Fabrice, do you want to just quickly introduce yourself, give some background about what you do at Microsoft, and then kind of give a little intro to your topic?
Absolutely. So I
Yeah.
am Fabrice Canel, a principal product manager at Microsoft with over 28 years of experience at Microsoft. So I'm here for a very, very long time. I saw the evolution of search. I am in search forever. And really my passion and my mission at Microsoft is to create the world best index. To satisfy each and every customer in every of their journey, every clicks in their journey. So to achieve this, my team is really crawling billions of pages each and every day to really deeply understand the web, having a fresh copy of the internet. And if your website is not indexed at Bing, unfortunately, I failed. And Bing is really used by not only Bing.com and many vertical and properties within Bing.com, but also by many partners that are leveraging Bing today to power their experiences. So I think it's very key and important to be indexed at Bing to be satisfied not only at Bing but also elsewhere.
That's excellent. I'm really excited to get into this. I think if I were to tease a little bit here, right? The index and kind of the data that Bing collects, right, is used by some of those AI engines out there to generate content, right, and kind of like used it as a little bit of the back end for getting fresh, relevant data, right?
Absolutely, yes. This is we will discuss today that LLM are great, but unfortunately they have many limitations. And
Yeah.
one benefit of leveraging search engine is that you are really getting the latest content. And by getting the latest content, we are able to really understand truly what people care about in their day-to-day and
Yeah.
today, not
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah.
So that's the big change. And yes, we will go deep there to help you understand this benefit of leveraging search engine
Great.
on the top of AI solution.
Great. So for everyone in the audience, we have a real kind of conversation, between me and Fabrice that we want to have. So if you have questions along the way, please ask them in the chat. I think we'll be happy to address those and get into those. We really want to engage with you guys as we go along here. Fabrice, I know you've kind of like had some similar kind of concepts and talks along the way of just great. What are those things that folks who run a website or run a website on behalf of a business, like Duda's customers are mostly agencies. What are those things they should be looking at? And if you want to kind of go into kind of your general line on this, I think that would be really really helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, so clearly things are changing these days.
Yeah.
So AI is just isn't just another search update. It's a full scale disruption of how customers are engaging and interacting with the brand, with the content itself. So the search behavior is really changing, and the expectation from customers are also changing. So if you're a site owner, you have really to think your strategy to really engage with customer through search, through AI. And you need to make sure that your content is still discoverable and competitive in this AI-driven search. And so we will deep dive today into how AI is really changing the world for you, and really truly understand some key things you need to do
Yeah.
to remain competitive in this AI-driven search.
Yeah, excellent. So Fabrice, like what do you feel like is, the kind of the biggest consumer shift in terms of usage of these AI tools, right? Like what, from your perspective, what do you see changing in terms of, the usage, right? Like traditional searches, in my view, is still used quite a bit, right? Traditional search isn't going to go away. But like how do you see these tools being adopted and used, and are there any trends that you kind of see along the way?
Yeah, big trends, big evolution. So what happened 2 years ago is that really we ship this new Bing chat. It was named Bing chat. Now it's named Copilot. But it was going beyond just the chat interface. This was really the integration of AI that have significantly increased user satisfaction across many endpoints, including web search results. So 2 years ago, we really started to apply LLM in Bing results, and we saw the biggest jump in terms of quality over the last 2 decades. This is not that we were not using uh, deep neural nets and all kind of AI technology before, but it's just the next stage of technology really help us to really deliver a better experience to the user. So
Mm-hmm.
it's key to understand that this was gain that appeared 2 years ago, but since obviously the engineers have started, all engineers have started to master the technology, and this is really improving extremely fast. So what does it mean in terms of impact to the customer experience? What this has changed? So clear this is first, it's the experience is really evolving. You see it's not anymore really 10 blue links. It's relevant answers. It's chat mode. Is where customers are first discovering, and some you are all savvy, some are not technical savvy. And so when you enable new experiences, this is you have a learning curve, you have to learn this new interface. But clearly they adopted it. And additionally, search engine and AI solution have started to optimize them because they get customer feedback and they were able to optimize it. So clearly the experience is changing. Second is that this is faster because clearly we have improved the quality of links, of clicks. And what does it mean? Very, very critical to understand this. This is that the as AI advance, the value of click is already on the rise, and it is expected to rise even faster. This means that it's easier, faster to find content. Um, Clearly, 10 years ago, that this is Bing, Google, and others. When you were searching for, let's say, YouTube, you were going to YouTube. Easy. This was a navigational query, and clearly this was landing the clicks. People were happy. But since clearly we are going more to the tail, we are able to satisfy more tailish query, more complex queries, where people that were not able to find before now are able to find things. And it means that the journey for the customer is shortening. This is going faster to the end destination, and as such, this is really landing the experience and completely transforming the way people are searching. And the expectation from customer is also they want to be able to find quickly content because they are able to quickly satisfy most of their queries. So this is always this race to really satisfy the customer as soon as possible.
Yeah. So, Anton, I'm sure I'm talking to Anton, who's backstage here. Anton, if you can let me share my screen for just 1 second, I'm just to make this point. Like, would you say this is kind of like an accurate view of like there's the old school, traditional marketing funnel that we think of, discovery, engagement, conversion, but more of that discovery can often happen offsite, and even people learn more about a business or anything along those lines, when they actually click through, those clicks are actually more valuable. You may get less engagement on the actual website itself, but they're more valuable. Does this align with what you're saying, or how would you critique this?
Yeah, this is sorry. This is clearly in line.
Yeah.
So there is first there is this branding question that fact that appear on the search result, but this is also that clearly customers are able to find quicker, and so by finding quicker, having better results, you may see per session far less clicks than in the past.
Yeah.
But it's quality clicks. It's also landing complex question, where before this was a back and forth. People click, click, click to try to find something.
Yeah.
We are not perfect. We are far from being perfect. But
Yeah.
clearly we do a far better job than in the past to be able to find content. And clearly this evolution of search makes that, yes, when we land, in general, it's far better than in the past, and it's able to satisfy far more questions, far more
Yeah.
queries than in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's really interesting, right? Because as I think for a long time, if you've been doing the SEO space or you've been doing marketing for a long time, it's kind of like knowledge that like, okay, cool. Over time, I'm gonna like slowly grow traffic, right? And that and like I go and look at my Google Analytics or Microsoft Clarity Analytics or whatever type of analytics tool you're using, and you're gonna roughly see a trend of like growth that's there, and that potentially could be inverting a little bit, where cool your traffic can either flatline or maybe go down a little bit, but doesn't mean you're going to lose revenue as an organization. It doesn't mean those people are not still interested. It's you're going to get people who have learned more faster by using these tools, right? And obviously by like Bing putting that directly on their search results page with the LLM responses or the AI responses there, then they're learning more. I think it's a fascinating point of kind of something that's really shifting in the market today, right?
Yeah, there is a big shift here, and
Mhm.
so AI search deliver really um, higher intent user with fewer click. This means it's shifting success. You need to shift success from tracking just click
Yeah.
to conversion.
Yeah.
Uh, so all marketers must really rethink their approach. So first, many are already looking at conversion. What conversion mean? It means when you're a shopping site, maybe your interest is to sell stuff, good
Yeah.
stuff with good price. Okay, then some of these people are really tracking already the journey from, let's say, Bing or Google or ChatGPT and other AI solution to track the end-to-end funnel from somebody landing to the websites to somebody going out of a shopping basket. Great.
Okay.
And so this is you have really to focus on conversion and to find your strategy to maximize the impact.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I kind of have a devil's advocate kind of question for you a little bit. There are some folks online who might say, cool, why would I let AI index my content? Why would I let them discover this when it seems like they're just going to take it, copy it, learn it, and then regurgitate it out and maybe not link back to me or link back to me at a lower rate? You know, how would you kind of respond to those folks who make that type of argument to say that these LLMs, they're stealing my content, right, in some way? Yeah.
Well, initially, this is, yeah, some people have a base concern, but
Yeah.
uh, fundamentally, there is value of really be represented. So first, if you are a shopping site, you will be having still the traffic coming to commit the transaction and to buy something. If you are uh, and this is all about fundamentally all about branding, all about ability to be to be found not only through links but also relevant snippet. At Bing, we are committed to also click share. This means that we want an healthy ecosystem. We don't want to have to steal the clicks. We want really to enable this kind of uh, healthy clicks to website, whatever website is. And so
Hmm.
this is not that we want uh, to to steal your content and to just display things and done. This is no. We are really committing to enable clicks, quality clicks,
Yeah.
going to sites. Yes. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
please go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, finish. Yeah.
No, this is at the end. It's important to really maintain an healthy ecosystem. But this is
Yeah.
through driving clicks to website, driving value, quality clicks to website is really what we are focusing on, and to satisfy your user. Because if the user is satisfied at Bing, this means that the click is satisfied, and so it will be satisfied by the content destination. And the same apply for that this is for Bing search results or for Copilot results.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I find it fascinating that you're saying, you're seeing more, happier users when, an LLM result is presented, right? Like, I think we all kind of get that intuitively, but like, do you have any, I don't know if like there's any metrics or data or things that, you can share, that just kind of like, show like that people that get these results, are they more likely to come back to Bing and search again and discover more things? Or like, do they chat more with kind of like call it the conversation type of mode that might be there? I'm curious if you have any like any data or kind of things that are there, because I think we hear that from search engines, right? We hear it from you, and we hear it from Google, that people seem to be happier with these written LLM results. But I think it can still be it can be hard to kind of swallow the trust us type of message that, hey, like the result is better, and people in the long term will be getting more value out of that. I'm curious if kind of what you know about that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. So first,
Yeah.
um, we observe an increase of market share of Bing. We just
Yeah.
communicated. You can find the latest numbers online, but Bing quality by improving help more customer to find, and at the end, customer, if you have a satisfied product, um, customer are coming back and
Hmm.
love it and use it. And so we observe that Bing market share is increasing month over month, especially even more recently. But yeah, clearly there is a value of for the customer. Second is Bing, as far as I know, is the only search engine that really surface in Bing Webmaster Tool data not only for web search, but also web plus Copilot. So we offer impression and links, click count in Bing Webmaster Tool for both um, web plus Copilot. I think it's where we disclose, others still do not disclose. And I think it's important to disclose clicks information related to use of AI in
Mhm.
solution. So at least we have a little bit of transparency, which is, I think, very good. And
Yes.
we will continue evolving to maybe first listen to the community and potentially surface even more information in Big Webmaster Tool to help you, delivering, um, understanding usage of your content in search engine,
Yeah.
especially Bing.
Yeah. Yeah, Fabrice, I'd like to kind of ask you about the indexing side of the equation here. You know, what would be your guidance of like, cool, making sure your content is updated on Bing and relevance, and maybe how that applies to even the broader ecosystem, right?
Oh, you need to use Duda.
Well, I
No,
agree
no,
with that, obviously.
no,
Yeah.
no. Why using Duda? Duda first, it's a good content management system,
Yeah.
um, and especially because thank you, you have done the integration with IndexNow that is helping funneling after each added, updated, deleted URL. This information notify Bing to reflect quickly your information in the search engine.
Right.
So obviously, I am in a Duda related calls. But when you look at a solution out there, this is, I think, depending on your expertise. But if you are not really technical, obviously, please pick up a solution um, that is out of the box, enabling great at SEO, as Duda. If you have a very large website and have to code everything because this is proprietary solution, yeah, you need to ensure that all your SEO, tech SEO is in place to ensure that this information in terms of added, updated information is quickly updated in the engine. Why freshness matters so much this day? Because with AI, everything goes faster. People are AI sometimes is coding. People are enabled to analyze data faster. People are doing generate content faster. And what does it mean? It means that your competitors are going fast, at least some of them. And if you don't go fast, if you don't have the ability to really do things, publish, iterate, learn, then your competitors are winning and you don't. So it's all about leveraging great content management system, um, as again
Yeah.
Duda and others that are really enabling you to really focus on the content itself, generating high quality content, testing different ID, different things, and navigation scheme, whatever. This is really depending on your sites, depending on your interests, your business goals, and iterate quickly to be able to learn via great analytic and then see what works, what does not work, and at the end win versus your competitors.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a question here from Hans, right? That basically it's like for ChatGPT, it's kind of known in the industry that ChatGPT relies on the Bing index for content. So if you go and use like the search feature in ChatGPT, they actually go back to the Bing index and kind of ask like, hey, give us content or pages that are related to these queries. Is that correct, Fabrice?
Yeah, this is absolutely public information that you can find on the internet, disclosed by
Yeah.
OpenAI, ChatGPT. And so, yes, they are leveraging our index as many others.
Yeah.
But this is Meta, this is Inflection, this is all these companies that are leveraging um, really Bing stack to really help us to achieve data freshness. I want
Yeah.
to explain a little bit why. I think
Yeah.
the why is really important. Um, we are in May today, and um, unfortunately, somehow in most LLM, who is the president of United States? In most LLM, this is still Joe Biden.
Yes.
Why this is still Joe Biden? Because these LLMs are somehow very expensive to build and very complex to build, and as such, they are really built something like 6 months ago, maybe 3 months ago if we are lucky, but not yesterday, not today. So they're a snapshot of the past. They are not a snapshot of what's happening today in the world. And as such, if you query just LLM directly, you may see that President of United States is Biden, which is not true. And as such, this is all the solution benefit from the latest and the brightest from search engine to really understand the latest content, what's happening to the world now, because things are evolving extremely fast, and you cannot rely on old laws or regulation text or press release to really deliver quality answer. You need to benefit from the latest content. And why IndexNow? Why all this technology? This is all about getting the latest content indexed quickly in search engine to reflect your content change.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why this is the why about we care about delivering highly relevant results and that have authority, that are no spam, and as such, they benefit from that.
Yeah. Yeah. For those who are unfamiliar with the IndexNow, it's kind of it's a protocol, right? But the concept behind it is like when a website is published, or like on the Duda platform, we do this by default. When you publish a website, Duda automatically pings IndexNow, or which ends up being Bing, um, with what pages have been updated, what is fresh content on this site directly. And that basically tells Bing or whatever search engine supports the IndexNow protocol that, hey, they should come and either crawl the site and get the freshest, latest version of that content, right? So Fabrice, you guys rolled out IndexNow, what, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, something along those lines. And it's just a way that Bing is able to keep their content fresh and relevant on the web itself. And so these AI models, ChatGPT being one of them, basically they'll go, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Fabrice, they'll go and say, hey, Bing, I have a customer searching for something like this. Can you give me web pages or give me content from the web that's related to this search that somebody's putting into ChatGPT? And Bing will then come back and say, hey, here's the freshest, latest content. And they have that freshest, latest content because a lot of the websites have implemented this IndexNow protocol, right? So they have something that's fresh and relevant that's out there. And so it's basically a way of like getting that extra information back into these LLMs, that fresh content and fresh information into these LLMs directly. So, the importance of IndexNow has gone up with the rise of usage of, you can call it Copilot, you can call it ChatGPT. Sounds like some other, LLMs use it. I think, from a volume perspective, right? Those are some of the biggest volumes that are out there, right? So yeah, you can see these are the search engines that support it today that are out there. Bing being probably the biggest one that's there. Thanks for that, Anton. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
uh, having a website isn't just about having a website. It's really about your
Yeah.
latest content be found. Um, when you update price, when you have a press release, when you release something, you really don't want to see the old content surfacing
Yeah.
or any content surfacing, no content surfacing, which is even worse. You
Yeah.
really want to see the latest content be found. And especially for this new generation, I've got kids and they care really about this, what's happening today, not what's happening last week. This is really this, you see this push to know what's happening now. So index
Right.
now. And so this is, index now protocol is really enabling you to take control of your content game with real-time indexing. It's really not about uh, us, search engine, thinking that we know when you update the content. We simply don't know. We are dumb, period. We simply, yeah, we have some heuristic, we look at sitemaps and all these things, but you are expecting when you publish something kind of a day to get your content indexed quickly. You don't want to go and have nightmares that your latest press release is or is not indexed in search engine stuff. Especially if you have done a typo and you have corrected it, that's really bad. Or if you also leak content that you should not be indexing, you want to get this content out of a search engine quickly. So this ability to you take control of the content is key. And again, thank you, Duda, for adopting IndexNow. This is truly game changer for us because then we are able to land indexing and you have control on the sites you manage. Great.
Yeah. Yeah. Bing, Fabrice, I don't know if you saw that question from Writing Columbia. Does Bing have more fresh content than Chrome or Google? Google is really the question. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, it's true on sites that have adopting IndexNow in general.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, because again, this is this ability to tell us at second level if the content has been added, updated, deleted. Clearly, there is nothing can beat that. This is I've got PhDs, my teams have PhDs, and we use the top of AI. We cannot figure it out. You can. You tell us when the content has changed. Thank you. Nothing can beat that, especially on tail content. If you have a 10K, 1 million websites, uh, who knows when the content is being updated on the tail?
Yeah.
We cannot figure it out. You tell us, thank you, this is a wonderful thing. So this is true that today we are fresher than Google on some of the many sites having adopting IndexNow. Thank you. And there is millions of sites having adopted IndexNow. We will disclose a big press release blog this month where you will see major players adopting IndexNow. And
Cool.
that this is search engine, additional search engine, new content management system, major content management system, and others adopting IndexNow.
Yeah.
This is really good. And I want to share that IndexNow is an open protocol. We'll disclose new search engine adopting IndexNow, but it's also open for Google to adopt and others to adopt. So we are collaborating with some of the major players to have an adopting.
Yeah.
It's not a big thing. It's really
Open.
an open standard.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like kind of Microsoft or Bing kind of created it, but it is an open, right? It's a community thing. Yeah.
Yes, it's community open. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the trends that we see is like a massive growth in traffic from ChatGPT directly. This data is a little outdated, but we're seeing this is like referral traffic coming to Duda sites from ChatGPT directly. Now, this is still a heck of a lot smaller than the total traffic from Bing, from the total traffic from Google, or anything along those lines. But like we're really starting to see this, real traffic coming from these, search engines. And, for folks to understand, this comes from, the search features that Fabrice is really talking about, right? ChatGPT has a search feature. If you turn it on, they go and query the web and do this, and they present a whole lot of sources and cite and link out from those type of sources. And you can see that the rise really started in August or July last year, right? And that coincides with the timing of ChatGPT releasing their search features kind of into the wild that are out there. So this really is kind of a big growth trend that we're seeing is real traffic from these LLMs coming through. Even though, like, the point we made earlier of like that traffic may be smaller, the reality is that these tools, in my opinion, I think, and Fabrice, I'm curious of your thoughts. My opinion is, ChatGPT is learning the value of linking out directly. I think they're probably seeing, similar things to you guys, where when they're able to cite sources and present, where this data is coming from, they probably see people coming back and chatting more and using the product more when they're able to actually cite and get more relevant and fresher information that's there. So, I hope to see this trend continue, because I think the trend of linking out to websites is great. The link is kind of one of the fundamental currencies of the World Wide Web itself. So I think it's an interesting trend that you can see kind of going on there. Yeah.
Yeah, we so first we observe um, as an industry that chat is not sufficient to satisfy all answers. At some point, people really want to navigate to the sites and do the transaction and follow up on the site. It's again this kind of not a one closed ecosystem where the
Yeah.
chat will know everything. And so
Yep.
we see we knew that for years at Bing, that at the end its search is fulfilling its mission. And it's really depending on the queries. Some is navigational queries, and you query for Duda, you really want to go to the Duda sites to learn more about the content management system. Great, this is navigational, and 99% of the clicks are on this Duda top link in all search engine. Great, and it's satisfying this kind of navigational intent queries. And as then this will be about, hey, maybe I want more information about Duda and so on to install. I don't have to install, that's great. But at the end, it's fundamentally, this is a little bit more research mode. And so the patterns will change. And chat is often satisfying some of these inquiries, some of this research mode. But at some point is clearly people are looking at sometime more a link to be able to go to the sites and to have this authority answer about exactly what to do. Because unfortunately, the chat can offer some misinformation, can hallucinate a little bit, and so this is, at the end, people want to guarantee with the sites about what to do. And so, yes, we see fundamentally all this chat solution moving towards search, and search also enabling AI experiences within search. Because sometimes when it's not the query is not Duda and we know that it's not navigational query, then we may need to disambiguate a little bit more or offer different point of view, different perspective on the query that customer have searched.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's a fascinating kind of change that's going under. So, Fabrice, do you have any like recommendations for site owners directly? Like, obviously use a platform that supports IndexNow, or go and support it yourself if you're coding your own site. We talked about that. Any other like recommendations for someone who's either running a site or kind of managing a site or owns a business? Like, what other things would you recommend for them? Yeah.
Yeah, so first you say related to usage of LLM is not limited really to let's say understand the query or understand the content. Uh, this is a mischaracterization of what really search engines are doing. You don't say this, but I want to explain that really this improvement of quality is because we are using this new technology everywhere in the stack, but really everywhere. From discovering internet content to select the best content on the internet to downloading. In the downloading part of the internet, of downloading the internet, we are using LLMs to processing the content of the to recognize page content, templates, and all these things. We use LLM. So this technology helps us fundamentally everywhere. And so to answer your question about what customer can do, um, when school of thought is, oh, AI is magical, let's do nothing. Let's do not focus on fixing technical SEO because LLM will fix everything. Let's not really create good quality content because LLM will figure things out. And well, unfortunately, no. There is limits in what you can do. So in what LLM can do, especially if others are competitors, your website competitors are really delivering quality content, we may prefer it. So you need to plan for AI. You need to create for AI, and you need to optimize for AI. So what does it mean to plan for AI? First, it's about auditing your content and refresh your content. And I will zoom in there. That's so critical. And people really were not thinking about that years ago in the SEO community and management of content. Why this is so important? This is unfortunately due to LLM. Remember what I told you about Biden, President of United States. If you have too many of such old content still lying around on your websites, telling that, hey, this is my old product, this is my product, this is my list of product, blah, this is what this is. But these things will be sticky for LLM because this content may have a lot of links, clicks associated with it, and for LLM and search engine, they believe this is highly relevant. If you refresh your content and do not delete, update the previous content, from the search, okay, they may find the new content, but then they are fighting with LLM because LLM will tell us, okay, don't really care about this new content. The really truth is this old content. I'm not aware of this new product. I'm aware of this old product. This is really baked here. This is really sticky. This is really content that is on this page. And so you have to balance the two, and you need really to focus on listing your old content, your old blog, your old press release, and delete. For SEO, less is more. It's even more important these days than with LLM than in the past. Okay. So second is really to target high-intent queries. There is still a lot of traffic on these navigational queries and these top queries. You need to optimize for them because the tail, this is the 10%, 20% of volume. The top is on these high-intent queries where you have really to focus to land the content, so on. The third is structure for AI. Yeah, AI can figure things out. Yes, but if you add schema to your pages, if you have good templates, if you have good tags in your pages, it truly helps the understanding of your content. So if you play on these things about really planning in terms of auditing, understanding the queries you have to target, and think about structuring your content and plan for AI, this is the first step. The second step is really to create for AI. What does it mean? It means that you need, with AI, you need to augment your editors with LLM. Do not replace them. Do not. It's all about having the content written by expert extended with AI, where you will learn more ID facets about your customer and generate better content for them. Then this is about providing quality experience. Very important to land the clicks. And then this is to format your content for AI, again, schema, and all these things that are helping. So I go very fast into a lot of topic, but then related to optimization, this is all about this analytic tracking, about make sure that you look at competitors, you look at yourself, you see if your content is satisfactory or not for your customer and so on. And last is to keep the content fresh. And so optimize for AI, again, this idea of keeping the content fresh, keep updating, see what works, what do not work, do A/B testing, keep iterating. If you do all these things, you will win. If you do not, your competitors will win because they are already winning. And so think about it, deliver on this kind of task about auditing your content, about adding schema, about iterating, learning. This is common sense. This is even more important these days with LLM and AI.
Yeah. So I mean, it sounds like similar advice to kind of what Google puts out related to their like EEAT type of advice, right? It's like authoritativeness, experience, expertise, trustworthiness as part of the content that you're creating. Do you Do you know if there's like any type of content, that LLMs kind of gravitate towards or kind of like cite more, more frequently? I think the reason I ask that is because, from my experience using these tools, they seem to like to cite data more frequently, right? If you can cite some data and kind of like have something to back it up, it seems like they're more likely to kind of like repeat that or put that back in their response. Or if the content itself sounds, like it's authoritative, it's not like it doesn't have words like maybe and think and potentially, and like word, things that are like more confident generally. In my view, tend to. I don't have data to back this up. This is just like experience, right? Is writing that way helpful, or do you think, is there another way to kind of think about that?
Well, it's really depending on your audience and your strategy. I if you yeah, it's really depending on what you want to achieve, but it's things that you can test and you should test them. This is good idea, and fundamentally this is
Yeah.
having a content management system that has flexibility to iterate fast, to test different things, to learn, to iterate, to move on, and continue iterating. That's really what you should do. And because this is the case today, but maybe the technology is evolving fast. And this is also different technology. It's not one LLM story. There is different LLM out there, different stack out there of AI stack. And so this is really about observing and testing different solution. And fundamentally, this is the most important is really to write for human, to write for customer. Because if your customer are not satisfied, uh, yeah, maybe you will be satisfied in LLM, but search engine will detect that customer are really not happy about this. Let's say this, as you said, maybe we need to have data and article and tables and stuff, but then the article may become too long, and
Yeah.
customer may okay whatever and click back, and this will be detected and perceived by the search engine as a not quality content. So writing for human, I think is the key, because search engine it's all about satisfying human, about satisfying customer to obviously get more customer coming to the site. And so yeah, think about human, think a little bit about AI, but think human first.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I wanted to answer one question here from Phil. He's asking, does Duda automatically add schema to each page? And so the short answer is no, but it can. Schema is going to be based off of the kind of the content on the page generally. So if it's a blog post, we add blog post schema, to the page itself. If you go and enable like local business schema in the content section, we're going to add, the local business schema to the site. If you use the FAQ widget, we'll add like FAQ page schema to that. So schema is going to be dependent on kind of the type of content that's there. So we help like automate that setup, but it's not like it's, hey, every page gets schema automatically, because that would actually hurt you more than it would help you if you're not using the right type of content for schema. So it's kind of a sort of answer that's there. Yeah. Like Fabrice, like I'm curious, just along the schema line here, is there any type of schema that you'd recommend looking at that's like most helpful for Bing, or from like a search engine perspective generally? Like what's your guys' experience of, schema's massive, right? There's so many different things that you can do with schema. So I'm curious if there's certain areas that are best. Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously please use schema.org,
Yeah.
JSON LD verifying. Uh, but think that we are a little bit less prescriptive than Google in this area.
Yeah.
Why? Because again, we are AI based and for a very long time, and LLM more recently. But what does it mean? It means that for years we learn about really this kind of pattern recognition. And so same if we don't have really schema coded about, hey, this is the things we should use, clearly. You should not say this. We have some, but we are really looking at them deeply. But
Yeah.
let's imagine that we found a new things that people are done, and the developers don't have to maintain a schema thing, because automatically we will recognize this new pattern and leverage this, understand that this is valuable content, and this is the value of AI. This is to adjust, to understand that, yeah, maybe Duda, you will deliver a new page template. And again, we don't have to code to deliver a new page template support for Duda. The system is obviously automatically detecting that and
Right.
automatically adjusting, because it's learning on the go, and every day is a new day. And we will deliver, oh, this is there is new patterns where we are able to recognize more easily heading, first name, last name, or whatever. And as such, the system is learning as we go. And the system is becoming brainier, more intelligent. And so as we go, the value is that we don't need to do really as we were doing 20, 30 years ago, where we were coding, hey, this is the H1 tag, H2 tag. Not anymore. This is really about learning from the content itself, about what the system is learning, how to detect these tags and what to do with them.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so it's kind of like cool. Like if I hear you, it's kind of saying ideally we don't need schema, right? Like if we can, detect on the page and understand the content, at a deeper level, let's, let's go that route, right? If there's a repeatable, understandable pattern there. But obviously, like if you can't, like schema is like a good kind of like fallback to really understand the structured content that's there, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
schema add information to the page, and
Yeah.
so you may have pages with lot of price, because you have a
Yeah.
default price, price order for 10 products, and so on and so on.
Yep.
And by adding the price, default price to your product, or it help search engine to find the price, to display the default price.
Exactly.
Something for publication date or last updated time. Lot of times, dates on the page. And so just adding this information can help communicating to the search engine, hey, this is the date. First name, last name, surname. Depending on countries and region, you may have first name before last name. Okay, but didn't know that, but now I know. And so, but by specifying, hey, this is first name, last name, again, really help search engine. Um, Different time zone, file format, date format, all these things at the end, schema is really, truly an helper. It's not definitive. People do mistakes with the schema, but it's truly helping search engine to understand what this is all about. Yeah, because in most cases, people do a great job. So thank you for providing schema. Please continue adding schema to your pages.
Yeah. That's great, Fabrice. We're getting a little low on time here. Was there any topic that I didn't ask you about or wasn't asked that you wanted to cover?
Well, we cover I think really a lot today in terms of first uh, understanding. I think the key is really understanding the limitation of LLM and why all these AI solutions are really truly leveraging the search engine to really benefit from this search engine that are really knowing the frontier, fresh frontier of the web, and surfacing highly relevant, fresh content from the web. This is our true benefit. And so, yeah, this is very important. The second is really about with AI, things are really evolving fast, and so planning for AI, moving fast, is really key to learn today what works, what do not work, and continue optimizing. You can have, you can also do, let's say, nothing, but do not expect progress in terms of clicks, in terms of quality clicks coming to the site. If you are static, uh, I don't say you should not take vacation. Yes, obviously you should take vacation and time off and relax. But if you work and you want to get more traffic, yes, you have to do things. You cannot let it go. You have to move, iterate fast these days.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh, one thing we didn't touch on was like Bing Webmaster Tools. How do you see folks using Bing Webmaster Tools today? And like, is there any value they can get out of like using this and setting it up?
Well, in Bing Webmaster Tool, we did few things recently. First, we had added Copilot. If you go to Bing Webmaster Tool, you can find a Copilot version that is tailored to your data, to your sites, where you can use it. This is visible in the navigation. And so this is really helping each and everybody to really understand more about your sites and take action on it. Because maybe you want a report about what's happening on your site. So you can go to Bing Webmaster Tool, click Copilot, and ask Copilot to tell, hey, what are the performance over the last 6 months, 3 months? What works on my site, what do not work on the sites? And so this kind of interaction is welcomed by many customers. And so we are pleased to have released one version, and we will continue iterating to improve it. The second thing is that we surface at the top of the page, as soon as you connect, recommendation. What are these recommendations? This is some of me auditing the sites. This is me not receiving email question in my mailbox or on social media, but really about me telling you what is not working on your sites. Because it's things we shift, then Google follow, that's good. This is all about fundamentally providing the top of issues we are observing per site in terms of crawling, do not access the content, lack of tags, duplicate titles, all these things. This is clearly information that should help you to do better at SEO. And I want to highlight that these recommendations are prioritized from the top to the less important. We do cluster by impact to the product, to Bing, and to what we feel should be the right links on Bing. We provide visibility on the top issues. So really encouraging you to go to your Bing Webmaster Tool account once a week, once a month, and really observe this top recommendation, because this is what we believe. If you call me, I will tell you the same, so you don't have to call me.
Yeah.
So this is really 2 key features that shipped recently, somehow in the past 12 months, and are really lifesaver for a lot of webmasters to help them doing a better job at SEO. And we extended performance to 60 months of data and a few other things. So we keep iterating on Bing Webmaster Tool, and we may see even more iteration in the next 12 months.
Yeah. John C. David had a question here that Anton just put up a second ago. Is one of your slides had the graph comparing traffic. What is Google traffic compared to ChatGPT? Fabrice, do you? I mean, like, could you compare this? Like, do you think it's much higher? I think I have a semi answer to this.
Yeah. So you say yourself that Bing traffic is higher than ChatGPT. But
yes,
this is fact, and Google traffic will be certainly the same. Don't have your data, but this is what I'm thinking. So first, remember that the intent of the queries are a little bit different.
Yes.
You will see, if you go to Bing Webmaster Tool or Google Search Console for your top queries, you will see this kind of navigational query. For Duda, it will be Duda. And Duda drive a lot of traffic, maybe 20%, 30%, maybe 80% of the traffic coming to the site.
Right.
And so this ChatGPT don't really have this kind of questions today.
Right.
This is more a research. So that you don't go to ChatGPT to type Duda. You go to ChatGPT to say, to do specifically something with Duda because I want to do that and that and that. Okay. Then you have the answer. So this is more tell queries. This is not queries that are driving a lot of traffic, but it's still highly relevant links and clicks. This is where you have this kind of navigational clicks that are driving a ton of traffic. And then this is where is the business, where you want to get to product sellings and additional things you want to do. So this is where, but this is for Google or Bing, you will see this kind of traffic too. And in ChatGPT, you will see this kind of traffic.
Yeah. Excellent. Fabrice, really appreciate you joining us here and taking the time to kind of like use your expertise and knowledge and kind of like where Bing sits in this kind of very unique spot in the ecosystem. I think it's really fascinating to see what's really changing. So thank you so much for
You're welcome.
joining us and spending the time. It's really wonderful to have you.
Thank you, Duda. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right, we're gonna. John, hello. How are you?
Howdy.
John, good to have you, and really excited to jump into our next session here after covering some AI and search topics along the way. John, do you want to take a minute and just like introduce yourself and maybe introduce kind of the topic that you wanted to cover today?
You bet. So as you noted, and it's on the screen, I'm John Jantz. I'm the founder of Duct Tape Marketing. It's actually was a marketing agency I started 30 years ago, and has really evolved like all of us, I suppose, if we've going to stick around that long. I started the agency really because I could hustle work. Again, like a lot of people probably share that same way that they got started into it. But about, 10, 15 years into it, I found that I really enjoyed working with small, mid-sized businesses the most. I mean, it was just, I just became very passionate about working with owners. But they were kind of tough to work with. They didn't have the same budgets that I was used to, not even the same attention span. And so I decided what the world needed, or at least what I needed, was to create a very systematic approach to marketing where I could walk in and say, look, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what you're going to do. Here are the results we hope to get. And here's what it costs. And that was actually the genesis of this thing that I call duct tape marketing. Kind of the idea of productizing marketing, or at least marketing strategy. And so that is really what our agency does today. And we've now licensed that very system that probably on the back of the book, Duct Tape Marketing, certainly exposed it to the world, and have licensed that now to well over 400 agencies.
Oh, cool. So it's like a full service, like for other agencies to come and adopt. That's a really interesting kind of model. Wow.
Yeah, and frankly, it's a lot of our agencies are small or even solopreneurs that work with a lot of contractors, and so we've also got a community. It's kind of nice to have like-minded individuals that you can say, I'm having this problem today. Has anyone had that problem? And so we really kind of lean on each other to collaborate as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So John, you kind of really wanted to cover about like, how do you scale your agency in 2025? How do you combine strategy and AI? I know you have a few slides that you wanted to share on this. Do you want to just jump in and go?
Yeah, I think that would be. I'll just pop these slides up and kind of give you my 2 cents on this, and then I know we can riff back and forth, and I'm sure. Well, I'm not sure, but I hope it draws some engagement with some questions as well. So let's see if we can
questions from the audience along the way here. Yeah.
Let's see if we can get. I'm going to share my screen.
We'll give it 1 second to come up here.
Yeah. So it's trying to get me to upload slides. So I know, and we did the dry run on this and everything, And
I know, right? Always little things.
And now I can't make it work. There we go. All right. That's better, isn't it?
Here we go.
All right. So I'm going to start with this bold statement. The AI, I think, is the end of the traditional agency model. Nothing against agencies. We're all good people. But I think that the model's been broken for a little bit. And frankly, AI is just going to break it. What I mean by the traditional agency model is kind of this, like we all do today. We put out free content, get a sales meeting, turns in, somebody says, sure, that sounds great. Give me a proposal. We give them a proposal for a bunch of tactics, or lately it's been like, do you want the gold, silver, or platinum package that we offer? And we do that for a while, and then we start over. And so we work with a lot of agencies that just really, really tough to scale that model. And frankly, tactics are one of the things that AI is really eating, or at least driving the price or the cost down that we can charge for them. And here are the kind of practical problems that I hear, from agencies all the time, that they're chasing work, with no predictability. They're kind of stuck in execution instead of leading strategy, really getting burned out from doing everything manual. And frankly, in that kind of tactics model, clients just always want more, and it's really tough to scale without cloning yourself. And so a lot of people, a lot of agency owners, especially solopreneurs or boutique agencies, feel like they're they're not really building a business. It's kind of a job, and it's turned into a pretty stressful job. And so, this is really, something I think we have to address. But I think some of the ways that people are addressing it might not be the right approach either. I think in this date and time, ask me again in a year, I might have a different opinion. But right now, selling tactics, or even just using AI technology as the tactic, without strategy, I think is an absolute race to the bottom. I see a lot of folks that I think are not actually looking at AI the right way in terms of how it can integrate into their model or into their agency, and looking at it as just a tool to do these tactics faster or to automate them, and to just maybe do more with fewer people or something. And there's no question those are some of the things that AI can deliver and bring. The promise is there, but I think we have to move beyond thinking about speed and tasks, and to think in terms of it as a strategic thought partner, or even something that could be a marketing system. And I'll elaborate on that in a minute. But I really want to talk about this idea. One of the things that that I've been saying for 20 years is, strategy before tactics. When somebody comes to our agency and says, we need a website, or we need this or that, we always say, well, yes, you do. But let's back up and do a strategy. In fact, that's the only thing they can hire us to do initially, because my feeling is that when a client comes to you and tells you what they do, and we just do what they do, we're not leading. We're essentially taking orders. And I think clients today want to be led. And I think that that's actually what leading with strategy does, is it forces you to say, here's the right approach, rather than, here's something we can do for you. I tell you, leading with strategy before tactics or technology has proven over and over again for us these benefits. It attracts the right client, what I call investors, people that realize they have to invest in getting the strategy right, because it's a long-term game. They're not just trying to fix today's problem. It really elevates you. It just totally changes the relationship. It elevates you to a trusted advisor as opposed to a vendor. Certainly cements long-term thinking, because a strategy mapped out correctly is maybe looking at a year, 3 years, 5 years for where we're going, based on where we are today. It absolutely makes premium pricing possible. It is such a differentiator. It floors me every time I say that offering marketing strategy would be a clear differentiator in the marketing agency world. But it absolutely is still a differentiator, especially if you hold and you have actually a framework for delivering a very valuable marketing strategy. You can then, even if you end up doing, your marketing strategy says we need to do this tactic, and this tactic, you can charge a premium now even for those tactics. It absolutely allows you to deliver greater value. Again, going back to that point of, a lot of times clients will come to us and tell us what they think they need, and we charge down the path and do it. And maybe 3-6 months in, we're like, well, that's not really what you needed. By stepping back and taking 30 to 45 days to develop the right strategy, you're going to actually deliver greater value, because you're going to have a better view of what they really need. It brings to your clients clarity, confidence, and control, in addition to customers.
Yeah.
Now, after that, hopefully build up of all the benefits of offering marketing strategy, I sometimes find that I actually should probably define what marketing strategy is. I talk to marketers all the time, and 10 different folks, I might get 10 different answers. So this is how we define marketing strategy, something we call the strategy pyramid. So It's very difficult for me to imagine building a marketing strategy for a client if I don't understand their business strategy. It really has to be. I mean, that's the whole purpose of it, is to be built on their goals, where they're trying to go, their why. And so first and foremost, we have to understand that and really build anything we're going to build on top of that. That's the foundation of the strategy pyramid. Then we start thinking about marketing strategy. And marketing strategy, to me, has 3 distinct layers. And more than ever, we need to focus on all 3 of these, because they really follow the buyer and the buyer's behavior and the buyer's journey. And we have to actually be thinking about that end-to-end journey. So the first one is the brand strategy. And that's where we're going to develop the core message. We're going to develop the customer journey. We're going to develop the differentiators, the competitiveness, who that ideal client profile actually is. And in many cases, we're going to narrow the focus of who that is. We're going to change their core message to be about their true differentiator. We don't pass go till we do that. And then we build, okay, what's going to, based on that brand strategy, what's going to be the growth strategy? And unfortunately, this is, the growth strategy is where most people focus. It's like, I need more leads. I need more business. Great. Let's build that on the brand strategy. Then we can build a solid growth strategy, which will actually tell us what to do and what not to do. And then lastly is the customer strategy. When we get a customer, what do we want them to experience? How do we want to retain them? How do we turn them into advocates? That's actually the area that if you dropped me into most businesses, I could make the fastest improvement, because that's the area that actually gets ignored in most cases. And then at the end of the day, the cherry on the top, I mean, the team is actually going to be who delivers on this strategy. So how do we make them accountable for the strategy? How do we build a culture where they understand that marketing is the most important element? So for us, what we have really leaned into is this idea of the fractional CMO. And whatever you want to call yourself, for us, it just guarantees that we're leading with strategy. And so when somebody, our model is we put out information to generate leads. We actually use strategy sessions. We show them where their gaps are rather than try to sell them anything. All we sell them then is this strategy first, which is our very productized approach to developing a powerful marketing strategy. And then increasingly, what we're going to do is install a marketing system, and that marketing system now is informed by that strategy and not the other way around. So we're actually installing an AI system rather than just cobbling together a few tools. We're actually installing an AI system that has been completely trained by our approach in developing strategy. And then we're now able to we're actually able to use that tool, that system, to execute on the work that is the highest priority for a client, to train their team, if they have a team, to actually up-level their team. Because I think really the future of the agency is that I think we have to teach our clients how to own their marketing instead of renting it from us. And that our role becomes them providing marketing leadership. So we develop that strategy, we build the system, we level up and help them build that team. And then we provide marketing leadership really almost as a service in and of itself. So hopefully that generated some thoughts, comments, questions. I know we're going to cover a wide area, but I thought I'd set up our conversation with that.
Yeah, it's super, super helpful. Just a quick clarification. John is asking if you kind of defined what the FCMO was.
Yeah, so fractional CMO. I'm sorry, we've just started shortening it to that. And really, I do probably, if it's okay with you, Russ, I want to give a little clarification, because we think about fractional CMO a little differently than I think a lot of people. The model's been around 10, 15 years. It's essentially somebody is hiring somebody part-time to be their kind of marketing leadership, their CMO. But while people have done that for many years, they've typically just kind of hung out a shingle, and they've sort of sold a quarter of their time to 4 different companies. And while they might get paid very well for their time, it's a pretty tough model to scale. You run out of time. And so, our approach is, I believe that even the smallest clients need marketing leadership. And so we've created a very repeatable system where we can provide fractional CMO services to, 3 to $50 million company that, probably would never hire a CMO, but that still needs that marketing strategy component. So we're calling it fractional CMO, FCMO plus, we've called it in some cases, but it's probably, we're probably democratizing the term a little bit, for the traditional practitioner.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Just going along these lines, and, you kind of mentioned it, a little bit of like this kind of like change, how have you seen the role of agencies change over the years, right? Like in terms of services and the value they bring, especially to small businesses, like what's the shift that you see?
Yeah. Well, I've been doing this 30 years, right? So if the shift started
Probably
before we had websites, right? So I won't bore you with the entire, shift, but really what happened was, when digital came along, you saw a lot of people call themselves digital agencies, and essentially it was doing marketing, but with some new platforms and new tools. But essentially the fundamentals were the same. We had to get people to trust us and to buy from us. And so, there was a huge period there where, the client understood radio and television and print and direct mail. All of a sudden there's all this new technology that they didn't understand. So you really had a rush of agencies just providing basic services or basic education. I mean, people were charging, to show people how to use Twitter, in the early days, right? And then you had social media agencies, come on the scene. And so as each of this new technology has come along, you've seen kind of a rush of folks to kind of get into that early. I mean, today we have AI agencies that are cropping up. And the bottom line is it's all marketing. It's just really another way of matching what we do with what the buyer wants, their behavior. So, in some ways, many of the technologies and tactics and how agencies perform those have changed, but the fundamentals, I don't think, have really changed in terms of what marketers are here to do.
Yeah. Interesting. One of the questions I had, while you're giving a few of your slides there was, how do you know if you have the wrong strategy, right? Like, you spend, like, you're advocating, great, let's go and spend, a little extra time, come up with a strategy that really incorporates who your customer is and should be, and coming up with like the demand gen plan and kind of like execution, but like, how do you know if you got it wrong? Like, what are those signals you see that if something's, missing, and then how do you fix it?
Well, so we do a lot of, are brought into, businesses that are, I wouldn't say necessarily mature, but they've been out there for a while.
Sure.
And so one of the things that has always been a key for us is to interview their clients. It's amazing, how much insight, intel we can get on a business by talking to 8 or 10, good clients. Quite often, what we see is that they're not focused on that group. They're kind of focused on anybody who could buy from us. And so a lot of times we are narrowing their focus. Quite often we are changing their messaging because they're promoting, here's what we do, as opposed to here's what people value. Here's the problem that we solve, for the market. So in many cases, that's how we, find a strategy that is, you asked, how do you find a strategy that's wrong? What we typically find,
like, how do you know it's working, right? Like, you come up with a plan and implement it. Everybody, like, sure, ideally you get it right. Most of the time you may get it right, but like everybody gets something wrong, right? Yeah.
Well, what I was going to say is that what we find is more often not that we have to find out if the strategy is right. We have to find out if it actually exists, because most people and very sophisticated, businesses that have grown dramatically and significant revenue, still think of marketing as a series of tactics quite often, as opposed to, here is the message, here is the promise, of the problem that we can solve. That's really what marketing is. And then we use marketing tactics then to execute on that. So as long as you've got the message right, you're targeting the right client, then it's kind of your traditional metrics of, are we competing on price, or are we able to charge a premium? Are we creating a great experience for a client? Do they stick around? Do they buy more? Are we able to tell the story in a way that gets lead flow with the right client? Those are all ways that we're then measuring if we're doing things, if we're executing on the strategy correctly.
Yeah, got it. I think that makes a lot of sense. One of the things I'm curious of your opinion on it, and you say kind of like this strategy before technology, right? Or strategy before tactics, type of approach is like, I think, if I think about it, is like the thing that allows someone to scale is the technology, or is the tool, right? Of like, a lot of the tools that are out there, they help you be more efficient and effective. And so if you're not, I think it can be very counterintuitive to be like, hey, like I need to come up with a strategy first before going into the tools and technology. Like, it can be like, I don't know how I'm going to scale the activity for the specific client if they need these 3 other things that I can't really, or don't have the tools or the knowledge or the tactics to help them with. I'm curious how you have that conversation, or how you kind of guide people.
Sure. So it's not counterintuitive to me. It's actually the other way. The idea that you would just run out there and do something, without a plan, if you will. And here's the real danger with the new set of technology that we have, called AI, is that it allows us to do things so much faster and at such larger scale. But if what you're doing is crap, you're just going to do crap faster and crap bigger. So, the right strategy before you start trying to cobble together what you're going to do is now you're going to be able to take advantage of those tools, as opposed to really just flailing around and making more noise. Nobody needs more noise. And that's the real danger. I think you're going to drown your business and your brand in more noise that quite frankly, the buyer today is trying to actually tune out.
Yeah. From what are kind of the biggest challenges you see agencies facing today? Like, as compared to when you started working with them?
Yeah. Well, I think the biggest challenge is understanding what to do with their people and their talent. The traditional model certainly was, get account managers, get project managers. We need an SEO person. We need paid people. We need content writers. So you had all these specialties that really allowed you, hopefully, to kind of roll up to the whole and to provide services for clients. Well, as a lot of those specialties, trained the right way, an AI tool can produce very good content today. It can produce very good social content, particularly if it's taking good original content, like the founders, 10 videos that, really tell the story and really tell the technology and really, tell the message. You take that and repurpose that kind of content. The tools are very good at that. So some of the specialists, I think, are now becoming a little bit redundant. And so that's, you've got agencies that have people that they're either having to lay off, or they're having to go out and get, more project work or more tactics work just to, fill the capacity. And so I do think that what's going to happen in the people space, in the talent space, is that it's going to be a new kind of worker that I think we're going to have to look at, because we are always going to need humans. Humans provide the empathy. Humans provide the context. Humans find the voice of the customer that AI can't find. But I think that those humans now are going to going to really be in some ways more managers of some of the technology and managers of some of the tools to deliver, the final result to the client. And that's different than, say, we need somebody who is an expert at writing metadata. I will tell you right now, AI writes metadata better than you and I can, and definitely a lot faster than you and I can. And so now you need somebody managing that process, because now they can manage, 10 sites or 10 clients, doing that type of thing. But that's a different person maybe than somebody who, wanted to drill into the technology and really interact with it. So I think that's, we're going to structure our org charts are going to need to look different. The people are going to need to look different. And how we provide service, I think, is going to need to be different.
Yeah. If I understand what you're saying there, it's like, maybe it's a generalist type of persona, right? Is going to, do a little bit better. And maybe someone who just has like the good judgment to understand, like, is what's happening here quality? Are these metrics, the right metrics, and are they relevant? Are we delivering on what we said we're going to deliver on? Are we following along with the strategy? And does this thing that we're doing fit into the broader, kind of like, strategy that's there? I think if I hear you correctly, that's kind of what you're saying, is like a generalist persona is probably going to be more valuable over the long term.
Well, and I would even lean towards we need to actually test people for EQ or train for EQ, emotional quotient, because all the IQ that you ever want is sitting at your fingertips now. And so now we need to take that, that amazing power that we have and make sure it's in the hands of people that really can understand the nuances and the context of the strategy that we're trying to deliver on.
Yeah. Interesting.
Empathy is going to actually become the superpower.
Empathy is going to be the superpower. Interesting. I mean, the AI tools, they pretend to have empathy. They try.
Oh, I just want to smack them sometimes.
I mean, along these lines, right? Like, how is AI transforming the way these agencies operate today, right? Like, is it exactly kind of like you say, is like, cool, it's, they have unlimited IQ, and it's about like, how do you apply the EQ with the IQ? Yeah. How's this change going along?
Well, so I think that, and this is going to, I'm talking hyperbole, but a lot of businesses just kind of abdicated their marketing to an agency. It's like, I don't really care what you're doing over there as long as the phone's ringing. And so I think that, the way we have to look at, and agencies, quite frankly, we're fine with that model, because it's like, we'll just keep billing them as long as they keep paying the bill. Yeah. And I think that what is happening right now is that a lot of agencies are nervous. They're losing budgets. They're losing clients, because clients are starting to look at some of these tools and go, oh, I can do that myself. I just type in a few words to this ChatGPT thing, and, I've replaced my agency. And so what I think we have to do proactively is we have to help them understand what AI's place in their business. We've talked about installing a marketing system forever. Well, the AI tools and the platforms that we're able to build today actually allow us to tangibly install something in a client's business. We train that AI tool, and we, in its brand voice, in its products and services, in its competitive advantages. And now all of a sudden, it can write social posts. It can write video scripts. It can. And so what I think we have to do is look in terms of, and I know some agencies are afraid to do this because it feels like you're replacing yourself, right? If you have to come to me every month and get my social posts and get my content, but that's going to go away, So I think we have to be proactive, and we have to say, okay, let's go into a business and actually let's teach them how to do it right. And we'll really be that kind of marketing leadership as a service component that will really be the thing that allows us to stay engaged with the client for years, because we can actually look at, their maturity. We can actually look at, the success track of where they're going, and we can just scale up with them, as opposed to just looking at it as like, let's keep doing package B till they stop paying us.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I want to ask a question here from John, who's asking, can you provide an example of how an FCMO would be implemented in kind of a nonprofit organization?
Sure.
Is the hiring of a fractional marketing officer who can provide a different strategic approach?
Yeah. So, John, first I have to comment on love the guitar in your photo there. As a fellow guitar player, it's no different, really. I mean, they use different terminology, although a lot of not-for-profits are starting to call their clients, as opposed to donors or members or whatever. And so. The strategic approach, quite frankly, I've worked with nonprofits for years. The strategic approach is just the same. Having a fractional CMO to help them, with what the next initiative and the next initiative is certainly something that is very valid. I mean, in most cases, they have, somebody who's head of marketing, or maybe they have it broken out as fundraising is one thing and member service is another thing. But it. The exact same approach I have found works.
Yeah, interesting. That's great. And circling back to our previous conversation that we were just having a second ago on like AI being used incorrectly. Caesar here he's saying exactly what you're saying, right? I haven't had the opposite. We had clients that have used AI but couldn't figure out how to use it effectively, right? Ultimately, just wasted time, right?
Yeah. So and I want to agree with he's saying it's actually had the opposite. I want to agree fully with you, Caesar. But to say that doesn't mean that they don't think that they can do it. And so I think that because I'm the same way, and I think what the future is going to bring is there are going to be true integrated software packages that use AI that people are going to pay $750, $1,000 a month for. And though, instead of wasting time with $20 here, $20 there, they just are going to want it to work. And I think that, as everybody realizes, hey, AI is just going to become a fundamental part of, the plumbing of a business. They're going to get serious about that. And I think that they're going to go out and hire agencies who can help them build that. But I definitely think the time to get, proactive about it is right now. We are actually, and some of you may want to cover your ears when I say this. We are actually talking to our clients about something we call the anti-agency model. And again, there's nothing wrong with agencies. It's the model that they have experienced from the last 3 that they hired that they are feeling is broken as well. And so going in with that message of installing a marketing system that is driven by AI that you teach and that can actually up-level their people so that they can take some more ownership over their marketing, I think that's where we are right now.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. So just circling back to John, who's asking kind of on the nonprofit side, like if there are budget issues, can an existing marketing or HR exec, be converted into fractional? Or, I think he's trying to ask like, how can you be creative with like, nonprofits that, are a little harder to work with sometimes?
Yeah.
Right?
So the short answer is yes. I mean, you can do anything, right? I mean, anybody can be converted. I guess the longer answer is that the right approach for the business or the agency or the nonprofit? Because one of the things that, kind of I just had something pop on my screen. Are you seeing that?
It's John putting a concert on there.
Who stuck that up there? Who found that? That's hysterical. That was during COVID. I was doing front porch concerts, by the way, and neighbors would just come around, back when we talked, remember during COVID when we talked to our neighbors? Any rate, now I lost my complete train of thought. Oh yeah. One of the things that having a fractional person is that outside view is actually something that's very valuable for an organization. I think a lot of times, somebody who's the HR person that half their time they're now doing, marketing is still pretty myopic in terms of what they're doing, what the organization's doing. So the idea behind the fractional approach is that it's a fractional salary as well. So it sometimes can be an affordable way to look at it because you're not paying somebody full time.
Yeah. Got it. How, switching over to kind of like scaling, what are some common traits that you've observed for agencies that successfully really scale their operations? What are those things they put in place?
Yeah. Well, so the agencies that we work with, we actually teach them a method, and it has been pretty successful. I'm not saying it's the only one, but it's the one that I'm the most familiar with. Is instead of having specialists who, and this has proven to be more valid, I think, as we move into this AI age. But instead of having specialists who can do, tactics, we've really built account managers who are, using our fractional CMO system. Each of them has a project manager because we are quite often, instead of having those specialists in our organization, we are quite often working with strategic partners who can provide web design and SEO and paid media. And so we've been able to actually profitably scale that model at a 60 to 70% margin. But the client really gets lots of love from the strategist that they're working with, but then also that project manager who is maybe in contact with their people at least weekly. And so that kind of client relationship management model for us has been very successful.
Interesting. And so like how does that work? Like, so cool. So you have like a generalist who's like managing most of the day-to-day for each client, and then like how do you recommend that like this like fractional CMO comes in and kind of plays that role, right? Is it like how does that work?
Yeah. So our account manager, fractional CMO, and our project manager will actually be involved with the entire strategy process. And so they get kind of a team at that point, and then they kind of go into a more traditional sort of hierarchy. The fractional CMO is really responsible for moving the strategy forward, reporting on the impact of the strategy quarterly, saying here's what's next, and the account manager in many cases is reporting, here's what we did, here's what we're going to do, is also working with all of the outside third party to make sure that they're all kind of like the old traffic system, they're all doing what they said they were going to do. And it's all managed in a project management board and, that kind of thing. So, so the client feels like they get a team out of it, but there are definitely delineated roles in terms, and that also dictates, of course, how many clients a fractional CMO can work with, how many clients an account manager can work with. So there's some amount of, in our particular case, there's some amount of, management of capacity.
Yeah, got it. Daniel is asking here, given the evolution of AI agents capable of conducting deep market research, engaging with customers, and even building full websites, how do you envision the role of agencies evolving and remaining relevant?
Well, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, strategy is more important than ever, because just because they can do those things doesn't mean they'll do them well. And so, in fact, I can guarantee you they won't. And I think I think it was Caesar mentioned earlier that it's all kind of new and sexy right now. They're going to actually find out how hard it is to make any of this stuff work together. And all of a sudden they're going to go, you know what, how do I get back to like doing the thing I love in my business as opposed to this? And so I think that we have to sell strategy. We have to sell leadership. We have to actually help them orchestrate, and maybe do less of the doing. But most of the agencies I talk to would actually like to do a lot more strategy and a lot less doing. And I think that that's actually what's coming.
Yeah. Interesting. I think you're right. Yeah. What are, we were talking a second ago about strategy, or sorry, about scaling.
Yeah.
What are some of the pitfalls that you see agencies go through that prevent them from scaling in the first place?
Not watching profitability is the biggest one. Undercharging for their services. That's probably, when you're selling tactics, quite often it is a race to the bottom, and so consequently, well, they'll only give us so much, or I think they'll only pay so much. When you lead with strategy and then the tactics come after you've developed that trust, all of a sudden you can charge what that service is worth, and you're going to at least have the ability to be more profitable. And I say the ability in big quotes, because the final problem that I see a lot of folks is that they are, in some cases, over delivering because they have too many bodies. And so, it takes 5 people in an organization to write a content brief, and all, 5 hands have touched it, and all of a sudden it's not very profitable anymore. So, that's, I think there's going to be a great deal of understanding how to build AI systems inside of organizations so they run more efficiently as well.
Yeah, I got it. And along these lines of like, cool, everyone's going to go and implement an AI system. Everyone wants to go and be more effective and use these. But how do you view leadership along these lines of like, how do you guide those systems? And right, I think a lot of leadership is saying no, right? Is like
yeah.
So like, how do you guide them and educate them and be like, how do you make the right decisions along these lines? Because you can go and automate anything, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we spend a crazy amount of time understanding their ideal client profile, their ICP. We do tons of interviews. We record every sales call that their salespeople have, and we are using all of that ongoing information to train these models in voice, in language, in differentiation. I mean, one of the things that people don't understand about these large language models, is that they're just getting everybody's stuff. And so all they can produce is really the average of everybody's stuff. And so, what we have to do to elevate these tools is, what's the stuff that only I can tell? I can tell my story. I can tell what I believe. I can tell the successes that I've gained for my clients. I can tell what my clients think and what they believe. And that's how we really differentiate these AI models, as opposed to, 750 words on how to hire an effective marketing agency.
I've asked that question. It's not a good answer. I've asked that question. Yeah.
Well, I guarantee you that we could everybody listening in today could put that prompt into ChatGPT and we would get the same result. And that's not very helpful.
We shouldn't all do the same thing.
Well, it might change some words here and there, but essentially we have to move beyond that, and so we have to teach these tools how to move beyond that. And there are components that only we can do, and that only our clients can do, and so we've got to focus on those.
Do you recommend using LLMs and this AI technology as kind of a strategy thought leader, right? Of like
100%, yeah. I think that's one of the areas that's underutilized. But it's interesting, because a lot of businesses look at it and say, how can I do things faster? How can I automate?
Right.
And so, they're looking at it as a tool in that regard. There was some pretty big research on how people are actually using these LLMs, and the consumer, the human being that's not thinking about business out there, is using it for therapy, is using it, to think about goals and to think bigger. And, so they're not, there definitely are people that are automating their recipes and automating, lots of things here and there. But when you see that the number one use of ChatGPT is, and this is probably scary as much as anything. That's the therapist, but again, turning to them to really have a personal kind of thought conversation like you would with another human being who's been highly trained, to help you with your mental state. I think that should tell you something, that these tools, I think, are going to get really good at that kind of thought processing. I will tell you, and it's hard for me sometimes because I like to be right. And so I like it when it tells me, you're right, John, that's an amazing idea.
Feels good,
but,
doesn't it?
but I will tell you the most value is when you say, challenge me. What am I not thinking? What should I be asking? And that's where I really think, because we get pretty blinded by all, this is how we've always done it. And so, sometimes really trying to encourage it to get you to see things differently or see things, see blind spots even. And it's pretty amazing because it can take everything you've written over the years. It can take all your LinkedIn posts, it can take, many, many things and actually say, well, here's what your brand stands for, but here's a couple of areas you're holding back, and I don't think you should. But you got to push it, or otherwise it'll just say you're brilliant, amazing idea.
Yeah. You actually saw that last week from ChatGPT directly, right? Like they released an update to one of their models. They're like, hey, this was too sycophantic, too praising of nearly everything. Yeah. They actually they rolled that back, right?
Yeah.
Made that change. Like even they're recognizing it's a little too I don't know, how do you say it? Just too nice, right? Too How do you think one of the most common pieces of advice I hear for agency is to niche down, is to verticalize, is to say, great, you do a great job with seafood restaurants in your area. Go and find 6 others, and use that experience to do a great job for all of them. How do you think about kind of guiding agencies?
Seafood restaurants was an oddly specific category, but
I like it.
So I have a point of view on that. There are pros and cons to niching. If you've got a deep background in a niche, you understand it, you've got a network, you've got contacts, and you want to jump out and start a business, makes total sense. If you like that industry and already you like that industry, makes total sense. There are a lot of, there's a lot of scale in that, certain ideas, will work in Detroit as well as they work in Boston. So there's a lot of, scalability and a lot of, profitability, I think, in growing that. And let's face it, a lot of customers, so who have you worked with in my industry? I mean, that's a very common, kind of objection, right? So whether it's valid or not, it is an objection. So it will help you get hired. Now, on the con side of that is, I actually think that in some cases we can bring a lot of value by not knowing somebody's business inside and out, because we've worked with 100 of them and they all do the same thing. We can bring fresh ideas. So I think there's some value to a client or to a business to actually bring in somebody who maybe doesn't have a lot of expertise in their particular industry. The other mistake, unfortunately, I've seen some people make who kind of buy it all in on that advice is they're like, oh, I'm starting a business and, I need to pick a niche. That's what everybody says. And so they go out there and they say, well, I think dentists, that'd be a good niche for me. I'll work with dentists, and then 6 weeks in, they realize dentists aren't willing to pay for what they need, or I hate dentists. Sorry if there's any dentists listening, just as an example. And then all of a sudden they kind of have to refire again. And so what I always tell people is that in a lot of cases, maybe you can narrow, like I'm not going to work with e-commerce, or I'm not going to work with retail or something. I mean, maybe you can narrow, but go out and get some clients and let your niche find you in a way, because without any experience, it's very difficult to pick a niche out just from a hat or from doing some research and thinking there's an opportunity. So I always tell people that once you get going, there probably is some value. And frankly, I've seen people like, I worked with 2 or 3 early on in my career. I worked with 2 or 3 remodeling contractors. Next thing I knew, I had 6 of them, because I understood their business. I could talk their talk, and so I could sell them. And I liked working with them, so that's how, it kind of will, necessarily find you.
Yeah. Do you feel like, agencies that maybe support many different verticals, they may even be better at the strategy side because they see things that, do and don't work. And, they maybe have a more holistic idea of like a framework of marketing rather than, hey, here's the things that work just for this industry and the space. Like, do you find that type of knowledge gap is a little different, or how they apply that knowledge is different?
I think it can be an absolute tremendous advantage. Yeah. For the end user, for sure. Yeah. And unfortunately, sometimes people get really buried and deep in a niche and they get lazy. It's like they just basically, it's just like, here's our cookie cutter campaign. Here's the AdWords groupings. Here's the, we just run it up the flagpole for you. Right. And that actually may work, but it also may make you look very much like everybody else in the industry. It was kind of very popular there for a while for people to jump in and build website templates and content templates for industries. We'd get a client every now and then and said, I'm not getting any search results. And I'd show them that there were 18 other websites that had their exact blog posts on it. And so, that can actually happen in an industry as well.
Yeah, definitely can. Especially if it's the same person servicing the same company in the same geographic area.
Sure.
Can definitely get repetitive and crowded.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, the other thing that those people did too is they locked people into these agreements, and then they said, "Well, I think we're going to go a different direction." Great, you no longer have a website or content.
Yeah.
You're starting over again.
John, I'm wondering if you're willing to partake on a little bit of a thought experiment with me here.
Okay.
How let's just say you have a new customer that's in the manufacturing space, and maybe they make, I'm just going to come up with something maybe they do PPE, they create masks for healthcare and whatever it might be. How would you approach them and be what are the questions you would ask to try and come up with kind of an initial strategy or to start formulating the thoughts around that? What would you dig into first there
sure.
for that client?
Sure. So even if we don't know anything about their industry, that's one of the beauties of some of the research tools that we have now. We would definitely research their industry using deep research in some fashion, and learn about who they are, who their competitors are, the state of the industry, what's going on, good, bad, trends, all that. So that part, is kind of a given, but we want to understand in a lot of cases what they know. And what I mean by that is, can they clearly define who their ideal client is? Can they clearly define how they're different from their competitors? Can they clearly define who their competitors actually are? We want to know if they understand their most profitable products and services. We want to understand, certainly what they've been doing in marketing to date, how they're generating leads, how they convert leads, what happens when somebody becomes a client. And lastly, we want to have an understanding of what they track and why. Everything from, we get a report from our agency that tells us how many hits we got last month to, somebody who's actually showing us their P&L that they actually can track what it costs to acquire them a customer. So a lot of what we're doing initially in discovery is understanding, the baseline, where are you today with all these things? And then, once we understand those, and sometimes they can't define it, but then we get into it and they're like, oh no, well, our top 20% customers are blah, blah, blah. And so, we'll really try to get that baseline first before we then start, interviewing their customers, really understanding their competitors. Because there's many businesses that we've worked with just don't really have a very complete idea or picture of what they've been doing in marketing. Sure. Because, that idea that they've kind of abdicated, I don't really get marketing. And, it's this foreign thing that we, that we just hire somebody to do. And we really my belief has always been, I want to teach you what marketing is. I want you to understand what marketing really is, because it needs to be an asset in your business and not an expense.
Yeah, well, at least they're at least the people you're working with recognize they need marketing, right? At least you're having that conversation. There's plenty of businesses that don't even have that conversation.
Yep.
One thing I'm going to point out is, the questions you just asked and kind of the information you just looked to outline of who the customer is, what are their core metrics, who do they sell to, who are their most popular. None of that was industry specific, right?
Yeah,
all of that was generic, just kind of
100%
running your business, right?
Yeah, 100%.
It's pretty fascinating. Yeah. So we're getting a little low on time here, John. Was there any topic that you wanted to cover here that I didn't ask you about?
I go on a lot of podcasts and they always ask that question. I need to come up with like a stock answer to that question because I'm usually an open book and I just like talk about everything. I'm encouraging, again, I'm sure there's a mix of folks on here. I'm just encouraging people that, you've got to carve out some time. There are no experts in AI. I mean, there are definitely people ahead of me, definitely people ahead of you, but everybody is new to this. And so, you got to carve out some time to learn, follow a couple newsletters or follow a couple people on LinkedIn that are talking about it in your space in a way that makes sense to you. I mean, there's definitely people that are talking about the nano nuts or whatever part of it. And then there are definitely people that are talking about the practical ways to use it. And so, just find folks that what they're talking about seems to make sense to you and just keep learning.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you the question that Phil asked here. And it's like, counter to the entire conversation we're having here today, but he's, what AI tools do you use today? And obviously the caveats like strategy first, but yeah.
So we heavily use, every single day we build custom GPTs. We use ChatGPT, we use Claude very much. I am not a big fan of like somebody comes out with a tool that does one thing. And you see these posts, the top 50 tools you need in your stack. And it's like, no, please, no, because many of the tools like a ChatGPT or Claude, if you spend the time to work with them, can be taught to do every bit of what all those other tools will do. So get good at and deep at learning a couple of them is my first bit of advice. But I would also tell you that we have partnered with Atomic Elevator to build a duct tape marketing system version of a tool they call Ella, which is a system that we will install in a client's business. And that's what we're teaching a lot of agencies, our kind of agency certification model is to teach them strategy first, but then also teach them how to build this marketing system and install it, and still provide marketing leadership, still provide a retainer, but actually, look at building that as an asset for a business. So if you just visit ducttapemarketing.com, you can kind of read about all the different ways that we're doing that, Phil.
Yeah, got it. Sarah asked this question, if a client is a brick and mortar store, how do you recommend they identify their ICP?
Brick and mortar store. So I'm guessing she's meaning retail. And, they're definitely, again, if somebody's coming in, they're making a $10 purchase and you never see them again, that might be a little harder. But any retail store that is trying to develop a customer base of following should be giving them reasons to give you their information, their email or run contests or, maybe you have exclusive services for members that sign up for, some kind of a thing. But the bottom line is you need to capture that information. And then quite frankly, you can start really supplementing, even from an email address. There are services that you can actually enrich the data that you have and find out who they are, what their addresses are, what their LinkedIn profile is. And so I would definitely recommend, that type of thing. But, even just if you do nothing with the data from an ICP standpoint, collecting email addresses, is how you basically promote all the new stuff. It's how you promote every holiday. It's how you promote the after hours happy hour to get people to come in and see, the new artists that you have in the gallery. So, that's that will actually accomplish both those. Is be a great marketing tactic, but also then enriching that data is a great way for you to own that, because it's going to get harder and harder to reach folks, based on targeting, if you don't own that data.
Yeah, interesting. So, this is a tactic, right? To say cool, like collecting that first party data from your customers, finding a way to communicate with them. We just one quick follow up here because we're running out of time. But do you recommend that as email is going to be the best, or is social the best channel? Should they be subscribing to your Facebook page or Instagram page or whatever? Like, do you have a preference there, or is it just based
Well,
on who they are?
Yeah, I mean, my first preference is always going to be email, quite frankly. But if there's a reason for them, user generated content on their Facebook page that connects to you, I mean, all those kinds of things are really great as well. And I'm going to ask Sarah before we jump off here. Stripe is one payment processing service that does have AI to enrich, help you enrich your data, but you can also export out of all of your payment processing, and then go to another service to enrich your data.
Excellent. Well, John, we're out of time here. Really, really appreciate you joining us and kind of sharing your deep knowledge and history here and kind of expertise and perspective. It's been really, really interesting. So thank you so much for coming on.
Absolutely, my pleasure. And I forgot to wear my Duda sweatshirt, but I do appreciate it.
Next time, we'll hold you to it next time.
All right, take care.
All right, thank you so much.
All righty, everyone. Welcome to this next episode or session of the webinar, AI-Powered Agencies. I have today with me two incredibly smart human beings that are experts at using AI to make their agencies stand out and, most importantly, to generate more profits for their companies, which is why they're in business in the first place. So if you're interested in making more money, traveling the world, and getting more out of what you're already doing, I've got the two people that you're going to want to listen to. So I've got Nat with us today. Nat, say hello with Olive Street Design. And I've got Josh Neymark with us at Fix8 Media. So before we get started, I'm going to have both of you gentlemen introduce yourselves so the audience knows who's talking. And Josh, since you're on the big screen, we'll start with you.
Thank you very much, and pleasure to be here. My name is Josh Neymark. I am the founder and CEO of Fix8 Media. I began building websites a little bit before AI back in 1998. So I have seen a lot of changes in the web world from the smartphone and other things, but AI is definitely one of the bigger changes. And, we're trying to embrace it like all agencies to help us grow and be more successful with our clients.
Excellent. All right, Josh, thank you for the introduction. And then Nat, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself? Nat, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Okay, yeah, my first time doing this. I had to get my hat as I saw Josh had the sweatshirt on. I couldn't be outdone here, as he normally does for me. But Nat, Olive Street Design, I've been a Duda client since month 1 of Duda, so I've been around a long time. I've been through everything that's gone on, and it's been a fabulous journey so far. And a couple of years ago, I had been stressing about AI and at some of the Duda conferences in Louisville and talking to Oded and Itai about it. And, they're both like, well, you better get on board here or the ship is going to be passing you by. So we've been through a lot. As Josh had said, we've been around a long time and seen a lot of things. And over the last year and a half, it keep adapting different pieces of AI, and hopefully we have something intelligent to share today.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, and I think outside looking in, you guys have built hundreds, if not thousands, of websites at this point. Just at a quick high-level overview, what have you found that AI has been the most helpful for someone who wants to create sites at scale? Nat, we'll start with you.
I think one of the biggest pieces has been content generation, because I think everybody that's involved in this webinar today, content has to be in the top 2 things. I mean, it's just it can crush you. And we found that with some of the tools we have in Duda and ChatGPT, and as the last speaker was talking about, be very cautious about things, but it can move the needle. Everybody now knows that AI is out there, and we just tell them right up front, hey, listen, don't stress the content. We'll pull something together for you, send it to you for you to scrub through it and approve it, but get something it's 70 to 80% good, and it moves the process along, and it takes the big sticking point away from our clients.
And that's interesting because I think when GPT 3.5 initially came out, agencies were concerned of, should I send or should I tell our clients we're using AI? Are they going to be okay with it? Are they going to approve it? And it sounds like what you're saying, Nat, is you've completely embraced that model, and you're actually communicating with them that that is actually one of your strengths. Is you're going to focus on the things that are going to deliver the value, and you're going to, I don't want to call it mundane because it's not, but you're going to leverage the technology where you could to keep the thing moving along. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is. And I'm glad you picked up on that, Ron, because you can hide it or you cannot. And we stressed about that for a while. And the more I've told people, here's what we're using, like, first of all, they think that's great that we're using AI in an intelligent way. And they're going to understand how it's moving along. And we don't want to be deceptive. There's nothing to hide. Everybody knows it, and we embrace it and tell them, move on.
Yeah, I love that. All right, Josh, you've been doing your Fixate Media for 15 years coming up.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of websites you've made. It's been a long time. So
It
tell
has.
us for you how AI has changed the way you can build websites.
Yeah, I think there's three kind of core areas that we are using AI more and more every day: research, content, and what I call SEO light. So I would definitely concur with Nat on the content side. In my career, content is always the holdup in the process. 99% of the time, you'll get the site done and you're just waiting on content. So it's been great to be able to transparently offer that as an option to our clients. And we're very transparent, just like Nat is with his clients. We tell them if we're using AI. In addition, on the SEO side, we've been doing SEO for years, right? And so not everybody can afford human being SEO and all of the research that goes along with that. And so now we don't turn out websites without any SEO anymore because it's built right into the Duda platform. And there's no excuse really not to use that. So I would say if you're an agency using the Duda platform, even if SEO is not your strength or your specialty, the tools are there now to turn out a much better website right away. And so those are the three areas: research, content, and what I call SEO light. So, yeah.
And that brings up a really good point, because with our introduction of AIs, agencies haven't necessarily gotten less expensive. A lot of us have kept our prices or even increased our prices, which may have been counterintuitive to the whole ideology of AI, is that things are going to be cheaper and faster. When in reality, I'm curious to hear how you guys have adjusted your pricing strategies based on AI, artificial intelligence, creating the content, etc. A lot of people watching the webinar today are interested in one thing, and that is making more money. So Nat, on your side, I'd love to hear how, if at all, AI has changed your pricing strategy or even your offering. How has that changed in how you communicate with clients now?
Yeah, that's a big question. The content creation just makes it go faster, and we're not really charging much for that. It's all the other things, as Josh alluded to, SEO light and the different things that you can add on to it. And that's where the revenue play goes. But to get back to the content thing, it's enabling us to hit better price points for clients. So if someone wants a client website for 5 pages for $1,000, we can turn it around and then hopefully look at our monthly that we charge for that, add on an AI chatbot, add on some Google review widgets and things like that. So for us, our philosophy is the number of websites that we can launch per year. And then after that, it's what can you do with it? You have a monthly, you have an AI and SEO component and those things. So if we can get our monthlies up, and they have gone up to a reasonable amount, but what we're able to do with AI and leverage is we can add a lot more value. So prices are going up, but the value we're offering, because of some of the AI tools that we'll talk about later, have enabled us to take the prices up, and people still saying, wow, this is a lot of stuff for what you're charging us.
I love that. Josh, how about yourself?
Yeah, similar here. It's allowed us to not increase our prices in some ways for a while. And I think it adds a lot more to our value proposition when you can get a beautiful design Duda website and some level of SEO that was created with AI, right? Even if you might not be a client that could afford that. So it's allowed us to keep and maintain our pricing actually. But is it providing more efficiencies? More and more every day. You know, and those like you, Ron, who know me, know that I'm a slower adopter of things. And, you know, I would say that in the last couple of years, I went from like, yeah, come on, you know, to like, this is a useful tool. And the better that we all learn how to use this tool, the more value we all have. So I definitely would concur with the previous session that we just saw. You know, this is something that if you learn how to use it, this is an amazing tool in your tool set. It's not like you're using this and doing more work. I mean, it still takes skill, it still takes knowledge. And the better you prompt these bots, the better results you're going to get. So I think it's like any other one of our software tools, but I would say that now is the time to embrace it if you have not already in your agency. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, you bring up an interesting point there, is now is the right time, because Nat's mentioning some of the tools that he wants to talk about, which we're going to do. Josh, you're talking about what it's like to sell and what it's like to deliver today, previous to when AI has been popularized. A lot of people that are watching this webinar right now, they are active people looking to get to your level in output and delivery of the quality sites that you guys make. A lot of that comes with the actual business model of how you offer websites to the end customer. I'm curious to know, how has AI changed the way you position your service, if it has changed that at all, and how that model has changed from when before you had AI? Are you guys just using it for content, or is there a step above that you're doing? Like Nat, you mentioned the review, or Josh, you mentioned the review widgets. Tell me about like what's changed about your offer and what AI has made possible, and what a lot of people that are watching this should do with their offer to consider getting more clients.
You want me to go first? Yeah.
Yeah, you go first.
Okay. We use AI mostly for content and SEO and research. So we do not really use it too much for design or design process. We're not using that to speed design. Now, I'm keeping my eye on it for sure, because there are more and more tools every day that are professing that they can design websites and do it all for you. And I'm sure it will get there. But right now, from our perspective, it is helping us with content. And what that does for us is it speeds the process, which Nat said. But again, back to cost. If we had a client previously that didn't have the wherewithal to create their content, their option was what? Hire somebody to do the content.
Mm-hmm.
That's an expensive proposition, no matter where you are in this country these days, right? To get a content writer. So I think that from that perspective, this has been an amazing tool for us, because it gets us over that hump. It gets these sites live. So I think that for our model, our business model, it's helping us deliver things faster, and it's helping our clients save money, right, on spending more money to create those things.
On our side, we've done, as I said, it was about 1.5 years ago, and I had this deep conversation with Oded, and I was really stressing about AI and what's, you know, the future here. My kids are in the business. I'd like a business to go on well beyond me, and really digging in hard to it. And Oded had said something too, and he said, you know what? Yeah, you can get these website generators. They'll spin up websites, whatever. You still need a person to touch it. We all know that, but the one thing that really stuck with me, and if this gets passed along to anybody here, and this is a great point that he made, and I've spent 1.5 years doing this, is it's become a 360-degree marketing agency. And I know that can sound cliche or trite, but what I did is I spent 1.5 years looking at partnerships. Duda went ahead and put in the SEO elements into the websites, as Josh had mentioned, looking at a SEO light version that you give somebody right out of the gate. It's something that's well beyond what they had. But we looked at an AI social media platform that was fabulous, AI chatbot platforms that are amazing. So now, and I was selling something for $69 a month or whatever. Now our monthly is up to $200 or $250 based on the needs and wants of our clients. But we have these offerings. And AI SEO has been amazing. The AI social media has been great. And the chatbots are great. And it's almost like people just take these things. So the price points have been the same. I can sell them at whatever. But it's that fuller offering, at looking at different partnerships, and as well as what Duda keeps adding to the stable, that we have more things to sell them that they need and want.
So now let's stay on that topic, if you wouldn't mind. You mentioned a lot of these tools that are great value adds. Well, from what I just heard in your service, when you add value, there's a fee that you charge for that, as you should. I'm curious to know, are there any tools that people can execute today that would immediately increase the value of their service offering?
As an agency,
Yeah.
I think there are some software companies out there that are fabulous to work with.
Mhm.
And I hate to mention any here, but there's a company, I was introduced to a company from Italy a year ago called SignUp. And they have local SEO, they have social media AI, and they have AI review software. And that's something that when I contacted them, and I've been working with them for 7 or 8 months, we just launched a program that we launched 500 local SEO offerings with our clients.
Wow.
So that was a big deal, and worked with them. They were great to work with, but there was somebody that I'm charging them X amount a month times $500. It was a big deal. And it's one dashboard, one offering, and it's moving the needle for all of my clients. So that was a great introduction and a great relationship that we've fostered since then.
You see, guys, this is why I'm the perfect host for these webinars, is because I get the information that people can't get out of Nat, like these amazing tools that he's using in his agency to give him a leading edge. Josh, how about yourself? Are there any tools that you find that people can add as a quick value add, whether it's an agency that's watching or a business owner that's watching? What can they add with the uses of AI right now to make their life easier?
Yeah, I would say definitely start looking at some of those Google review AI widgets, and not just because it's good for the client, but it's good for SEO. I mean, it's a good thing to add on. We have always been kind of across many verticals, but we also have very vertical specific offerings, right? So I'll name drop one right now. We partnered up with a company called Intaker. It's intaker.com. They have an AI chat bot. It's for a couple of verticals now, but originally it was for the legal vertical. And we have a lot of attorney clients, right? And so what the value prop to their product is, it's got canned responses for every type of legal case, divorce, DUI, every single thing. So you start asking questions and it's like a lawyer's answering you. That has, for my clients, I can't believe the conversion. Like one of my clients had like over 20 within a day or two increase, and they get some inbound leads normally, but not like that. So, I would say that in your own model, what I would suggest is look specifically at your client base and the verticals you're serving, and try to align some of these products out there that are more specific to those verticals. I think could be very helpful.
I love that. And I've actually seen that tool on other people's websites. I never knew what the name was of it, because they don't really put their tag on a lot of things. Oh, go ahead, Josh.
I was just saying, it's totally white labeled if you're their client. But the other cool thing is our client, the attorney, can record a video of themselves, and it's them moving around in the box that you get to talk to. So it's pretty cool. Yeah.
That is really cool. So we got a couple comments here after we started talking about the secret tools that are used to make the meal in the kitchen. Somebody asked, Jerry Hutchinson asked, are you using AI to help with site ADA compliance? Nat, can you touch on that? I know that for ADA compliance, it's really critical, just like a physical building. The digital ADA compliance is also important. So Jerry Hutchinson asked, are you using AI to help with site ADA compliance?
We use, and I saw a couple comments come in on here too, about the user-way free version, and there people still being sued using that. As a standard, we put the free user way on every site, but then we tell people that this is not enough, and if you want enough, we pivot to AudioEye for our clients, and we probably have 25% of our clients that have AudioEye, and the other 75% we use the free overlay. But we told them this isn't enough, and you need to be pretty aware of this, because this is coming, and that's, I'd like to see that people are commenting on this, because this has been a big topic for a couple of years, and this is here, and it's now, and the lawsuits are here, and they're real, and people are it's on the edge of their consciousness. But I'd say as an agency owner, I would tell everybody, that you need this, and if you're not, we had them signed an opt-out saying, I opted out and will hold Olive Street Design not harmless if I get sued, because it's a big deal.
Definitely. Josh, do you have any comments on that with the ADA accessibility?
Yeah, we also support the AudioEye paid installation, and we actually have what we call standard hosting or compliance hosting. Our compliance hosting comes with AudioEye and Termly for consent management, both which our agency installs via the Duda App Store.
I like that, Josh. I like that compliance hosting.
I'll send you the link.
Don't give us a cease and desist, Josh.
No.
Mary asked a really important question, and she asked, has Duda ever considered third-party integrations as SEMrush to automate SEO for clients? We're not going to comment on that as Duda because we can't, because we're not Duda. But I'm curious to know, they do have a WooRank integration, but I'm curious to know from Nat and Josh, would you feel comfortable letting an AI execute a lot of the SEO tasks that a tool like WooRank or SEMrush would present to you as the agency for the client? Because I know there's tools out there that claim these things. I've heard the positive, I've heard the negative. But true AI is going to be AI agents that actually do the research, but then they actually execute it. How comfortable are you guys with AI taking those recommendations and actually doing it on the website? Nat, we'll start with you.
3%. 3% comfort level. Okay, I just made the number up.
There's some percent.
But we use some tools that are out there, and there's a fabulous company in England that has fabulous software that their AI does the heavy lifting. Mm-hmm. It does the 85% of the time-consuming, horrific work in SEO, and then we take it and we scrub through it. And instead of us spending 10 hours, it's an hour and a half. So a comfort level isn't there, but I tell you, to not use the tools to do the heavy lifting for the 9 hours out of 10, we're comfortable with that. And then we get eyeballs on it and take a look at that. And then we're pretty confident because it's getting better and better. But just to have them do it, no, not there.
Interesting. Josh, how about yourself?
No, the answer would be no, not now. 0%. I'm not saying it won't get there. It might get there, but I'm very cautious, and I've always been in the way that I built my agency, even to increasing our prices. And people have always asked me, "What's your strategy there?" If I increase my prices and people still call and email, then I probably am okay. And if they stop, it's going to be a problem, right? I think if I start to see AI agents actually doing this successfully, and I can run reports and see some technical as well as fundamental data, then I'll probably start to dip my toe a little bit more. But I'm still a big fan of putting human eyes on everything right now. Yeah.
Makes sense. Now, the follow-up question to that is, if AI agents, let's say in the next year or two, are completely executing the entire SEO plan you put in front of a client, or the entire website design project, or whatever it may be, right? These agents are really good at this. What does Nat and Josh do on a daily basis that AI can't do as an agency or as a business owner?
Do you want me to go, or you?
Yeah, you go.
So I'm impressed with AI, but I do not believe that AI understands persona or archetype. It doesn't understand when a client cries in front of you, or smiles, or pumps their fist because they had a good sale. Will it get there one day? Maybe. It's not there now. And so I still very much believe that the human role in all of this is understanding the psychology behind how a website should be built, and understanding that you're trying to resonate with somebody in an audience, or a spectrum of an audience. And also, that's generally not the business owner you're working for. It's not generally the audience you're trying to sell to, right? And so if AI can figure all of that out and really become human-like in that way, then I think that might change the role of the human in the agency. But I still think for now, the human has to teach all of these things what to do. And, a lot of people don't realize that even though AI is self-learning, most of AI around the world is taught by human beings that sit in rooms for 8 to 10 hours a day, teaching AI and showing them things and clicking on what is what. So, AI is somewhat autonomous, but it doesn't even exist without human beings. So,
okay, Nat, what's your answer?
Yeah, I think I think it's when website builders came out a long time ago, and Josh and I and everyone else on this call that owns an agency had to think, oh my gosh, if these things were the end all be all, everyone would have a site with a website builder. I mean, they were good. They built the templates. They had really smart people telling you where to put a click to call, where to put this, where to put that. And if they were the end all be all, they would have taken over the world and we'd be out of business. They weren't, and they're not. And it's, as Josh said, it's that human element, and it's that last piece of it that we've been doing this a long time between Josh and myself. We built thousands and thousands of websites, and what we've learned, the AI just isn't going to pick up those last critical pieces. And if it can do heavy lifting, great. But then it's what we know, what you know, Ryan, what we know, the experience that we have. It's those last pieces that make it great. Because if you put a site that we would put up versus an AI site, we're going to kick its butt all day long. And our clients are going to get the leads over the AI built sites. That's a fact as of today.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to add to that too. Like, who on this webinar and watching this webinar can't detect most AI emails that are written to you? You can detect an AI website even easier than that. You know what I mean? When you see red buttons with dark gray text on them, that's not only an ADA problem, it's just a design problem, right? But maybe the bots don't know that yet. But they will at some point, and there'll be more tools. But yeah, I think there's definitely a need for the human for a while still.
Yeah, that's interesting because people thought about that with chess for a long time too. And then the AI eventually beat the human in chess. So one day we'll have a Duda video and it'll be Nat and Josh take on an AI building a website, and whoever gets the most leads wins. And then we'll see how that goes. But I agree with you guys. I think it's not in the real world. Like, it's just not going to understand the relationships that we build, etc.
Yeah.
Now I've got to ask, because I keep getting comments. Everyone wants to know, what's the sign-up company that you referenced? They can't.
That's a secret. I can't pass that on. I've been looking in there. They're spelling it wrong. It's SYNUP.
Okay, so it was a secret, but that's how you spell it.
The secret is out, just to this group. Don't anybody on call. Don't tell anybody else.
Yeah, we're gonna take.
I don't think this is streaming anywhere.
If you contact the sign up people, tell them that I sent you.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, cool. Thank you for your transparency on that. Somebody is asking, do they expect a cheaper price if you're using AI tools? We touched on that a little bit before. When you're selling to increase revenue for client services in your business model, because the client knows that you're using AI, does that, I don't want to say cheapen, because that's a wrong word for it, but do you feel like you have to charge less because you're more efficient?
I don't. I just tell them it's part of getting your website built for X amount of dollars. If I quote $3,000, we'll take care of the content for you. They're happy. I don't break it out. I just use it and put it in. What I will tell them is, without ChatGPT and using some of these AI tools, your $3,000 website would have been $4,000. So that's how I position it.
I love that. And so I want to just explain that really quick for the audience, because that's definitely something of a golden nugget that I just heard is, Mr. Customer, the website's going to include X, Y, and Z. Before AI, before we had the efficiencies that we have today, a website like this would have ran for $6,500. But because of the efficiency that Olive Street Design can do on the website, it's going to be $4,000. So you're not really discounting your service, but you're giving them what the value would be if you were, or because you are using AI. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Josh, how about yourself?
Yeah, it's similar. I mean, I basically position it as, we're able to do it for the prices we do for you because of AI. So similar, like if we have our starter package and our full Monty package, the full Monty comes with SEO. The starter package does not. But again, as I mentioned earlier, we don't turn out starter packages anymore without SEO, but we tell our client we're going to use the AI tools. And by the way, we show it to them before we launch their sites, of course, and let them edit it or modify it to their liking, So I think it just makes us more cost effective and efficient, but yeah, we're not lowering our prices or anything like that.
I love it. Yeah. And ultimately, when clients purchase from you, they're looking for the end result. And if you can get to that end result faster, they'll still pay you the same amount. Just because you got to it faster doesn't mean they're going to lower the amount they want to pay you. So that's a really good point. Now, I have another question for you guys, and it stems off of a comment that someone said, and it was Mary. She said, do you see AI eventually eating or taking its own information and discrediting themselves in the future? Which, to me, reading that comment is the value of having a website. It's your brand communicating on a topic, and AI needs that to make a determination. So I personally don't see it doing that in the future, because it's always got to rely on cited sources from its masters, its God, which is us. However, my question is, where do you see SEO going? Because if AI results are going to become increasingly more popular, how are your agencies positioning yourselves to ensure that your clients are showing up in the AI search results? Nat, what do you got to say about that?
I think that's a great question. I wish she hadn't asked it, because I've got to think too hard about this right now.
Josh,
That was really a good question. And I think overall, AI is going to be pushing you, Josh, myself, everybody else here to get better at everything that we do. And know that this SEO tool is out there, AI SEO tool is out there. And then what do we have to do to up our game to stay ahead of that? And that's what I think is important. That's why we read about this. That's why Duda put on this mega webinar on AI, is to stay ahead of it. And, we look at it, and it's really good. But it gets really good to the point where 6 months ago, we looked at what it offered, and it wasn't as good as it is today, but it's still not as good as it can be. And that's where I think we have to have the ideas and the human element to this for what we know is how to add things. You can change your SEO. Do you know that if you're targeting a geo-target, that maybe you want to add some areas to your geo-targeting, that AI SEO isn't going to tell you to do those things. And it's those little tips and tricks that we know to put in there that's going to elevate us above it. But we utilize that in the way that we know how, and to make a website better. Because I'll tell you, I see a lot of websites out there, they're not as good as they can be. And I think people listening to this webinar today and finding these tips and tricks and utilizing those, the product will get better. But the product overall has a lot to be desired, and there's still you stay ahead of your competitors.
Great answer. Josh?
So I don't know how much I could comment on if it'll discredit itself. I could maybe more share what I think my bigger concerns or predictions would be, right? So I think that this is going to become a very different world of SEO with AI search, and particularly with the government taking Google apart piece by piece. This is going to facilitate more and more AI search. At the same time, AI search told me the other day I was one of the best agencies in the world building WordPress sites. Okay, so discrediting themselves, it discredits itself every single day. All day long, it discredits itself. It does not know everything. And I do think people need to be very aware of that. Like, when we were all in school, you used to have to have the notations, the bibliography. Where did things come from? AI doesn't really have to do that. And it says it's done it, but who would know if it did it or didn't do it? So personally, I think it discredits itself right now. What will happen in the future? I think my biggest concern is what is going to happen with SEO. I mean, first Google was the only player, and then Google shook that up with Google Core Web Vitals and says, it's not about titles and descriptions only anymore. And it was all about all these other things. And now Google isn't going to be Google anymore, right? They've lost their domains, and they're going to lose more and more as the government continues to keep trials. So, I think, did Josh say with AI tools SEO? I said that's my concern, is where SEO is going, to John's question there. Yeah, but I think that is going to be the biggest of concern of mine, is how AI is going to impact that, and what will be real and what won't be real, and how will we know if it's real, right? And that's going to impact all of our searches. So.
Yeah, and it's interesting because on our lead forms for a lot of our client sites, we ask, how did you find us? And more increasing, we're seeing ChatGPT.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just big Google anymore. People are finding businesses through ChatGPT. So that optimization is going to become more and more important over time, which could mean real revenue for businesses. My concern looking into that is GPT hasn't given webmasters tools yet. So there is no standard GPT indexation. There is no GPT analytics platform. But I could see in the near future, GPT giving you a script you put into your website, just like Google does, and allowing you to see how often your brand is showing up and where you're ranking in those kinds of positions. That's what we're waiting for, because the algorithm that GPT uses is completely unexplained. And so we find it's a little similar to Google. But Nat, do you find the same thing, or do you want to make a comment on that?
Yeah, no, I think we find the same thing. And the more we're talking about this and these questions are posed to us, is I think as an agency moving forward, we need to be masters of all things AI. That do I need ADA? Do I need a logo? Do I need an AI chatbot on there? And then you have the relationships and the tools for everything, because a person isn't going to find all those things. Can they get a website built today? Yes. In a year from now, probably better. But they know the rules of ADA compliance. Do they know that they need Termly on there? They need to know where you can find AI SEO software. And then, by the way, how to use it as its best. So to me, we have all the tools together, so people come to us and that we're experts on the whole package.
And that brings up a really good point. I mean, you guys have been doing this for quite some time. Do you think it's easier?
Did he just call us old, Josh?
I think he just did that.
I did too. Okay, go on.
It's a different way of saying it, I guess. But if you were to say, like, when you started your business, right, do you think it's easier to start one today, delivering the same services you were delivering a couple of years ago, or do you think it was easier before?
I think before.
Really? Interesting.
You think it was easier to start it the way in like the old school way? Yeah. I don't know. I would say, I mean, I'm different than that in there. I think if it were me starting an agency today and I found Duda, to me, it's like business in a box. I don't need all these other things I used to have, I mean, and even today, Fix8 has all sorts of tools like content collection tools that are built into Duda now. Why do we use those? Well, because we had them a long time before to introduce them, right? But I don't know. I think if somebody was starting an agency today, there's a lot to be said for the AI tools and softwares and systems that can kind of spin something up quickly. But I'm not saying that I would want to do it that way. So maybe I think it would be easier for people, but I don't know. Maybe I'd still be a little old school. Yeah.
Interesting. And Nat, what's your reasoning? I'm curious.
I think you have to know so much more. And I think Josh and I learned it you did too, over the last 10 years. We learned all those things, put the pieces together, and we have all that knowledge right now. For someone today to walk into it and to gather all that knowledge, there's just so much more.
Yeah, no, Nat's right. It's overwhelming what's out there now compared to when we started. Yeah, I mean, it's insane. It's insane.
And do you think that that's introduced more competition in this field as a result, that there's so much one could do?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, I think it's created a more competitive field for sure, right? Because people can get into this business with different levels of skill now, right? You don't have to be full stack to do front end development. You don't have to have gone and studied color theory and gotten a design degree to use these tools to design things necessarily, right? So I think, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm a little bit both on that answer. Yeah.
So if you were to start, let's say you were starting completely over today with all of the experience that you have learned and all of the lessons, the hard lessons of the money you've lost trying to do different things and testing and learning, what would you do differently if you started a new agency today, knowing all of the AI features that are available? Or would you do anything differently at all?
I would. I don't know that it's as specific to AI. I mean, one thing that would be very different for our model is I would have gone more for a recurring revenue model immediately. I didn't do that for the first 14 years of my career or something like that, So as I look back, I think, oh my gosh, I lost all the opportunity. As far as what I would do different with AI, I probably would use it for a lot more research of different verticals and companies I wanted to pitch, because I do see a tremendous value there. You've got this bot, little assistant, go do all of this work for me, distill it down, and now I have actionable items or actionable information with which to use, right? So I would say I'd probably be using it for a lot more research and mining of clients if I was starting over again. Yeah.
Interesting. Nat, how about yourself?
What was the question? My mind just wandered. I was just looking at one of the questions. Oh, what'd you do differently?
Yeah, if you would do anything differently.
I think the thing that I see, and I don't know if this is exactly answering this question or not, but I think it's a good tidbit, is, Josh and I talk to a lot of agencies through our Duda connections. Yeah, there you go. There's which one's Josh? Which one's me? Is we talk to a lot of other agencies. Scotty, if that was you that did that, you're going to have some reckoning here. Is most of the people we talk to, and this is not dissing anybody, but this is the 80-20 rules. 80% of the people that are going to get into it just aren't going to succeed, and the 20% really can. You got to do a lot of research. You got to do a lot of digging. I look at websites all the time. I look at what's coming out all the time. I look at competitors all the time. I look at someone there. There's a Orbit Media who was talking earlier. They have the biggest clients in Chicago, and I'd look and see what they do because they're just impressive. And I can say that, and I haven't met them yet, but we're a few miles away. They're impressive. I see what they're doing. It's research every day of the week, and it's trying to get ahead, and you got to want to do that. And a lot of people, they don't want to, but if you want to succeed, you can.
Interesting. So it's really a similar to any business, really, to succeed. It's about the individual and how much passion they have and how much work they're willing to put in. It's not really about the tools. The tools are just the delivery mechanism to get there quicker, but the individual still matters a lot. We have a question here from Daniel that asks, for both of your agencies, what would you say is the single most effective source of new and leads and deals today? Great question. Anyone can build a website. Not everyone can get clients.
Okay. Hey, Daniel, how are you? We just spoke a few hours earlier, and I just have to give one particular shout out to the best AI thing that's come across since I've been looking at this. And Daniel has an AI chatbot that we put on 50 websites this week. That's amazing. If you want to see it, go on our website, but it's really something that's beyond belief and pretty amazing. Anyway.
What's the name of the chatbot?
It's Common Ninja's AI chatbot. And you can view it, and we've been testing it with them for months. It's really unbelievable, and we've been screwing around with it too. Saying we had a client come in here, a pretty big client, Sweet Baby Ray's, which is the biggest barbecue sauce in America, and he was on my website in the office here testing it. And he goes, "Do you also sell beer?" And it gave a really great answer, like human type answer to it. So it was amazing. To get back to his question, the single most effective source of new leads for us, it's been setting up 15 years of partnerships with software companies, with people, other agencies, and then doing what you say you're going to do. And I give seminars at Notre Dame and University of Michigan and Northwestern University, their graduate school. And I'll say my biggest tip, I'm like, okay, we heard you talk for 3 hours. Answer the phone and answer your emails. I said, okay, what's the big tip? I said, I just gave it to you. It's serving the customer. Yeah, it's servicing them, and it's our clients and people. Like if you have a good plumber and you'd say, I got somebody, because they're going to show up, they're going to charge a reasonable amount of money, and they're going to call them back and go and do the job. And that's what we've had 15 years of history doing. And I'll tell you, we answer emails. You can talk to our clients usually within 30 to 60 minutes and get whatever they want done within the same day. So it's our clients and the network that we set up over a lot of years.
That's great. Josh, yourself?
Existing happy customers and clients for sure. Referrals have always been how we built our business. So reputation and referrals are incredibly important. I can also say, and this is something that's very top of mind for me today, that, as an agency grows, you start to become more limited in the human resources you may have, right? And I think that a lot of agencies forget that their clients are much easier to sell to than going and getting new clients, right? And so I think that, and that's a pro at this. I watch Nat all the time. He is the relationship master. He knows his clients. He knows where they are, knows what they're doing, knows what they want next. And if you know those things, then you're on the ready to help them achieve them. And I think that overall, people want their lives made easier. I don't always think it's about money, right? So I always am looking at my clients and saying, how does Fix8 come in and make your life easier? And if we can do that, generally we can have a client, right? And a good relationship.
So I guess the answer for both of us, Josh, is the long game.
The long game. Yeah, very, very much so. If anybody on this can get as old as we are, you know.
And you guys bring up some really good points. There's a really good book written by David Ogilvy, which I'm sure you guys know who that is. And it's Confessions of an Advertising Man. And he talks a lot about every time you get a client, envision that you're going to work with them forever and treat the relationship like that.
Yeah.
And then he also says, he also talks a lot about how he would get clients, and he would find the opportunities where you can dramatically help a client. Not like you can rank them for one term. This is like you're going to make dramatic transformation for them. Was there ever a client that you guys worked with that you feel really put your agency on the map? Was there like you mentioned like reputation, referrals, things along those lines. Was there ever a client or a project that you feel really put you guys on the map?
For me, there was one big one. We have mostly small to medium-sized businesses, and we've got a lot of them. Harvard University was our first big client in our infancy, and that propelled us to be able to say that Harvard was a client.
Wow.
For 15 years, to say that we're credible, that they would hire us. I mean, that got us into the big time game. And subsequently, out of all of our clients, most are small to medium-sized business, 99%. But the ones that we have that aren't the really big, and it helps our reputation. University of Florida is a client, Notre Dame is a client. That helped, but it started from Harvard.
Yeah, interesting. How about yourself, Josh? Are there any projects that you've worked on that you feel like have really put you on the map, or to Nat's point, has helped you continue to sell more?
It'd be a lot longer session than we have time. I think that every month, every year, I mean, there's countless clients that I think have kind of elevated Fix8. And I think more so, I feel that there's special ones that have maybe pushed us to be better. Like I can think of a particular client right now who has more OCD than even me. And for those in the webinar, Fix8 Media was named Fix8 because of my fixation on things, right? And even though to many agencies, this individual would be frustrating or torturous, it pushed us to be even better, to see what he was seeing. Do you know what I mean? So I think that I appreciate, yes, a lot of those big customers who have elevated us or propped us up to get the next big deal and helped us grow. But more so, I remember a lot of clients who have impacted the way we do business. And even more recently, I reflect a lot on how I've changed as a business leader and how I work with clients based on certain projects and how they've impacted me. For example, I know a lot of people don't love working with nonprofits or low budgets, but I love doing nonprofit work. It makes me feel so good to be helping, right? And so, like I can think of a dozen of those, if I stay out here for a minute, that changed me as a person and my outlook on the world and how I work with clients.
Interesting. So you're like this organism that's every time you encounter a new objective, you're learning from it, getting better from it, getting bigger from it. And that's allowing you to take on more challenges, and it's giving you experience and wisdom. And so ultimately, your agency life should be getting easier because you've seen so much at this point and you know what to look for and what to look out for.
I love the way you said that.
Yeah.
My next question for you guys is, David Ogilvy also said, and remember, this was in the 50s, so this advice might not be realistic today. Don't ever hire an advertising company that has a fleet of salespeople, because their digital services should be improving their clients' lives. So that's how they should be getting customers. I'm curious to know, in that aspect of client getting, how has AI helped you guys with sales? Because at our organization, I do all the sales. I don't know if that's the case with your guys' organization, but I'm curious to hear if AI has helped you with sales at all, because most people, their problem is not creating a really nice website. Their problem is getting to their next customer. So Nat, I'll start with you.
AI hasn't happened at all. It's just like you at Develomark and Josh at Fix8. We're the guys.
Yep.
So I can't say that there's been anything. The only thing I could say that it's helped, and not even in getting clients, but more of we have a new AI chatbot we want to send out there, is it creates some smoking great email cadences for us that our writers will tweak. And then I've been doing more of that outreach to our existing clients. So that's where the AI will touch what we're doing right now, because now we're able to send things out more frequently. And that's helped us quite a bit there with the human touch at the end of it. But in the sales process, you know what? There's nothing simple. It's being good. It's having a history with people, answering, and that we do. Josh, how about you?
Yeah, I've not had any SC or AI sales related interactions really. I mean, I've tried AI in some LinkedIn posts here and there, but like, yeah, other than that kind of thing, we haven't adopted anything for the sales side of our business.
Yeah. You know, and that was part of the what we're going to be touching on at the end of this. And it's really its stickiness with clients. AI doesn't make you sticky with clients.
Yeah.
We do. Your agency, the owner, you're going to make it, because as Josh is with and Developmark too, we have very low turnover rates with Duda. They've told me that. You know, the rate that you lose clients is just minimal. And I know it is with you guys too, but it's that human touch, and AI is never going to give you that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's touch on that. So, Nat, what are your top tips for communication? Because as anyone doing marketing, you know, to get a client is more expensive than to keep a client. So communication and a good relationship is critical. What does Olive Street Design and what does Fixate Media do to retain clients?
We answer everybody immediately, and then we'll do outreach for. When we did the big outreach a couple of years ago with AudioEye and the ADA compliance, we had people calling us, telling us, "Thank you for letting us know this. We didn't know these things." So we try to do one outreach a month, and it's really not to sell anything. It's just to share some insight and information. But really, the day in and day out is my son Jimmy does all of the maintenance for our 1,300 plus clients. Things are done within a day. Like 99.9% of those things are done immediately. So that's what does the trick for us.
And that is, Josh, before you answer, because I know you're excited to answer, that is the true value of utilizing Duda for us, is the ability, what you just said, to use 1,300 websites with, I don't know the size of your team, but you mentioned one person mainly is responsible for updating all those websites.
Yeah. If it was WordPress, I'd have 30 people and probably not be in business.
Josh, how about you? What are your
exact question? What was the exact question again?
The exact question is, I'm a client of Fixate Media, right?
Yeah.
I can go anywhere in the world to have someone manage my website. Okay. What do you do that's different to keep me as a customer?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, one, we try to keep our pricing for hosting at a value, right? So people feel that they're getting immediate value. We also do live trainings with myself. We used to do them weekly. The schedules changed a little bit, but I actually still teach all of Fixate Media's clients. If they want to come to learn the Duda platform, I teach them live. So that's always been very good for kind of client retention. And it's just another way of touching the client regularly, right? And then we also do yearly, or not yearly, we do a few different webinars throughout the year specific just to Fixate clients. So we try to keep them engaged with me on SEO topics, or AI is one that I'm going to be doing, or one for agency leaders, right, that we're going to be doing in June sometime. But I will say that I am eager to use more AI tools to stay in touch with our clients. And to Nat's point about something that could be spun up and then leveraged by writers, and, you know, like, we need to be thinking more in those terms right now. And Fixate, I mean, a lot of people on this webinar might know us. We're small but mighty. We're not an enormous company, right? So a lot of people wear a lot of hats, and a lot of people do a lot of things, but we are actively looking for ways that we can foster deeper relationships with our clientele with AI tools. And I think probably that will be email marketing and social tools for us. Yeah.
Interesting. So two different approaches on how we retain, but the theme is communication, response times, and just making sure the customer understands that you care about them. And it's difficult to do that if you're not communicating with them often. So
Yes.
I really like that of what you guys said. I'm going to pull up another question. John asked, what are the most effective SEO criteria? This obviously ranges from organization to organization. And platforms like Duda have already integrated a lot of AI tools to help with SEO. But I'm curious to know if you guys, Nat and Josh, have an answer of what you focus on for SEO results.
Josh?
Sure. I still am old school, so I still do all the old stuff we would always do, titles and meta descriptions and on-page SEO. But I have been a big fan of measurement tools. So for creative person, I'm very left brain. So Lightspeed, Google Core Web Vitals, like I'm almost a junkie with that. Like, I'll launch a site, I'll run it. A week later, I'll run it. And then I'll start to get real data. And then I'll say, ooh, we got to jump back in there and adjust some things. But as far as keeping them healthy right out of the gate, and it was John's question, right? Built right into Duda now is the SEO overview analysis tool. And, whether you're an SEO expert or whether you're just a consumer client of an agency using Duda, it just gives you transparency and visibility. Look, you got duplicate titles. Look, this one's too long, this one's too short. So I would say that there's a lot of great tools out there, and they're tools. You have to learn how to use them, right? But as far as our approach, doing all of the right things that you're supposed to do. And by the way, a little nugget for everybody on here, 25 years of building websites, nobody does alt text. Nobody does it. I mean, some people do it, but most people don't do it, right? And it's always a ding of about 2%, right? Or I don't know what the ranking is we're on today, but guess what? You just press a button now and do it, and it does it. And I love showing that to clients. I do it and I go, look at my hands, and it fills it in, and their scores improve immediately. So I would say still focus on all the stuff, John, and everybody that you should have been doing and should be doing, and then use a lot of the tools that are out there to routinely be evaluating them, because algorithms change all the time, right? And so I think you need to be checking in on these sites if you want to keep them healthy. Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, and I agree, Josh. I think that the Duda tools was just a great base to give people that no other software is giving right out of the gate, to get the correct meta tags, image, all that stuff. Nobody's doing that out of the gate, or very few people. So you're giving them a well-optimized site immediately. Beyond that, we look at local SEO, which are listings and citations. We look and see, is there a social media offering with that? We look and see, are they looking to get reviews? Because it just isn't, SEO is way bigger than it used to be. And it's a lot of different functions. Are you posting on social media once a week? Are you adding pictures to your GMB listings? Are you optimizing your GMB listings? Are you posting to that? Are you getting reviews? And it's a whole suite of things that we now focus on. So I just don't look at the basics that we all used to look at. It's a whole other thing. And people say, why aren't I getting more leads? Well, you got to work at it a little bit here. We have tools, but you gotta do something.
I have another great question, and I know this is now I think you're going to love answering this one. National Mango Board asked, are you using AI to automate lead generation for your agency, or traditional sales like face-to-face selling?
Yes, that would be traditional face-to-face selling. No, we're not using AI to automate lead generation. And again, you've talked about some of those companies have these huge sales forces and business development people. Their churn rate is huge. They're bigger than Josh and I are, but their churn rate is that much higher too. We'd like to keep them sticky forever. So it's face-to-face, it's person-to-person, it's Zoom to Zoom.
Josh, what do you think about that?
I mean, again, I would be open to seeing how we can drive leads into Fixate through AI. We don't do it today. It's all face-to-face, Google Meet to Google Meet, Teams, all of those things. But I would also say that, I think that any agency owner would probably want AI to generate leads, because I wouldn't equate that any differently to Google organic search leads or any kind of lead. A lead's a lead, right? We just need them to come, and then you need someone like Nat, you or me to sell them, right? And I think that also, just as another note, as we're almost wrapped up, know your craft, right? Like, if we've talked about AI a lot and we've talked about sales a lot, but if you really believe in what you're selling, it won't really seem like you're selling. It will seem like you're talking about what you're doing and providing pricing to people, and then they hire you. So,
that you just said something that triggered something with me, Josh, is a lot of my clients say, you're more passionate about my business than I am. And I like that because I know you are.
Yeah.
And I get that comment a lot. Get excited about what you're doing for them, and they'll get excited to work with you. And it's not baloney; it's the real deal. So,
yeah. And I mean, look, Nat and I come from a world where this didn't exist. The only way you could have had the appointment was face to face, and then there was email. You could set it up by email and meet face to face. But I remember when Skype came out, and ironically, no more Skype then, right? $8.5 billion down the drain. But
gentlemen.
All right.
Thank you so much for your time today. Nat, I really appreciate you. If you guys want to go check him out, Olive Street Design, he creates really nice websites, has done over 1,300 of them. And if you guys want to go check out Josh Neymark, Josh, thank you so much at Fix8 Media. I'm fixating on how you came up with your name, which I did not know that. I would love to see that explained somewhere. Maybe it is, and I haven't seen it. Don't leave, stick around. Our next session, we're going to talk about fast AI wins for Duda agencies, and that's personally my favorite topic. So thanks, guys, for joining us, and have a great day.
Thank you.
All righty, everyone. Welcome to the next session of 5 hours of AI strategy for marketing agencies and web professionals. If you are interested in making more money, spotting high value client opportunities, crafting irresistible offers, and boosting conversions with simple AIs that you can leave from this webinar today and execute, you are in the right place. Today I have with me Joseph S. Kahn. Joseph, how you doing today?
Doing really good. How about you?
I'm doing well. Before we get started, I'm just going to have you introduce yourself to the audience and tell us a little bit about you and what they could expect to learn.
Cool. I do have slides on that topic that you just said. Should I show the slides or just come right off the top?
I would, maybe start with an introduction and then we can get into the slides.
Okay. My introduction is in the slides. That's what I was saying.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe let's pull up the slides if the introduction's in there.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just roll if you want me to just roll with it. All right. So as you said, fast AI wins for Duda agencies, but I'm going to teach you kind of what the main thing is here for me is harmony. So that's what I'm going to set out to do today is basically do these things. The goal of the presentation was to show you how harmony impacts your AI wins, share my top 5 AI tips for that AI harmony, and show you where you're getting your ChatGPT for AI traffic. Now, who I am, I've been doing internet marketing for a long time. And I apologize if you hear a baby in the background too. There's a little 8-month-old here living where I'm at. So if you can hear that.
Congrats.
Can you hear that? I don't know if you can hear that.
I can't hear it, but maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I was just hearing it in my ear, so I apologize for that. But I've been doing this for quite some time. I was the CIO for John Maxwell. Some people know that. I've consulted for Coca-Cola, IBM. I was a Microsoft consultant and actually won 2 awards for Microsoft back in the early days. I have a gray beard now. So I've been doing this quite some time. So as you see, since 1994, I've been doing this and won big awards from Microsoft. I'm the SEO for Looney Tunes, as you can see, Looney Tunes characters up there, and certified everything. If there's a certification that's coming out on SEO, on content, on any tool that's out there, I run and go and grab it. As you can see, the Surfer optimization class that just came out, the AI certification for ClickUp, and you see 22 other things there. I'm constantly getting certified in everything that I can in this because there's just so much to learn, as all the speakers have talked about today. And I'm always appearing on different podcasts and different things like that to talk about what I'm going to talk about today and hopefully make the AI thing very easy for you today with the content, which is all about what I call harmonic SEO. And I've been training SEO for quite some time. I've got one of the biggest courses in Udemy. I'm one of the main trainers for SEO Power Suite. I'm a enterprise ambassador for Rank Ranger and do all their Schema certification training. The Internet Marketing Gold, been trainer there for a while. I appear on different stages on SEO. So I've been doing this quite some time. And the biggest thing that I'm going to try to share with you today, and interrupt me at any time if you want, is to halt here and go, let's talk about harmony. Because if we're talking about AI, the biggest complaint, and I've heard lots of speakers talk about this even today, the biggest complaint is that AI comes off as non-human, comes off as robotic, comes off as not engaging and that type of thing. And that's why I've developed, my background is in music. I went to Georgia State for music scholarship. I've got a degree at Berklee College of Music. And so I've taken the music concept and said, hey, what's the most natural thing that we do as beings? And how can I apply this to something super complicated and complex like SEO, like digital marketing? And that's where the harmonic marketing theory, that's what you see me on all these podcasts for. That's what I've been on Sharkpreneur for. That's what I've been on different things, is to talk about this. And today I'm going to help you apply the AI equation to this and make this easy for you as an agency. And what harmonic marketing is just creating a unified message across all channels, like chords, okay? And that's why you could probably even in your brain go, well, that's why AI makes sense, because we're basically taking a concept and we're unifying a ton of different complicated channels, and we're going to use AI to make that easy to create these chords. But basically, take a screenshot of this. The theory of harmonic marketing is what we're going to be talking about today, and it applies to Google Eat. I've done a lot of analysis on kind of the harmonic marketing theory, as well as natural language processing and that type of stuff. And SEO as a harmony, and this was created by AI, as you could probably see here. It demystifies complexity. That's hopefully what I'm going to help you do today. It emphasizes balance over isolated tactics. You've probably heard some tactics and some different things, but this emphasizes balance, and it connects to basically our experience. So just like there's rhythm in music, appearing in ChatGPT as a result, or appearing in the SERP as a result, is a part of being natural, is a part of being this natural rhythm, this natural thing that Google can recognize. They call it EAT. I call it digital marketing harmony, but it's the same type of thing, because you know what EAT is. EAT, of course, is based on experience. And again, this is not the user experience of the UX. This is the experience with the product, like the review or the testimonial, or what the customer actually thinks about. Their expertise of the content. You got the authoritativeness, and this is why the digital harmonic theory and why AI is going to be helpful is to build this authoritativeness. And authoritativeness means that you have published, recognized works that are cited by other experts, and say YouTube, LinkedIn, content, blog article, of featured podcast. This is the authoritativeness part, and this is what we're going to use AI to create here, okay, in our harmonic marketing little plan. And trust at the same time. You like it. It sounds good. It's in harmony. It seems like it makes sense. And engagement. And that's, again, if we're thinking music, if people are clapping along and they're getting into it and they're loving it, or if they're hating it and backing away from it, that's engagement, okay? So the harmonic theory and Google Eat are kind of in alignment with each other based on this, okay? So what is harmony and how does this apply? And this is basically your channels: Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, your blog, your web page, your landing page, your email content, all the things that go out on your CRM. This is all in unison to amplify the effectiveness of each one. Again, and that's why, if you can think in your brain before we get there, if you can steal my thunder, why it makes sense that AI can take a similar concept and amplify it across potential channels, okay? And that's what we're going to be doing here. It's like an orchestra where each instrument plays a different role, but they're contributing to the same impactful melody. Google calls it authoritativeness, okay? I'm calling it a chord, like a musical chord. And that means that you're connecting all of these dots and amplifying the message. And that's why you show up in ChatGPT as a result, because you've amplified your authoritativeness in Google Eat. Now, clients and prospects are more likely to engage, trust, and convert when they see a harmonized brand experience. What is that? When your Facebook page matches your LinkedIn page, matches your web page, matches your landing page, matches the YouTube content, matches, you know what I'm saying? It's all in harmony. And if any of that is not in harmony, Google, like, your NAP, your name, address, phone number, your NAP. Google sees any of that out of harmony, it messes you up, right? Okay. All those need to match perfectly. All your addresses need to match. Everything needs to match. It all needs to, that's kind of what this concept is. And it's all based on amplification. If you want to show up in the SERP, if you want to show up in GMB, the Google business profile, the near map searches, any of those types of things requires amplification. The only way you're going to show up in that search of the local search, the only way you're going to show up in the SERP, the only way you're going to show up in these things is through amplification. And that's what AI is best at, is automation and amplification. Okay, say that in your brain. AI is perfect at amplification and automation. And that's what we're going to talk about here, because what we're doing is creating these harmony things that will actually have massive impact, not only on your brand, but actually on the search results, on your SERP results, and even showing up in ChatGPT as a response or an answer, which is really cool. And I'll show you that again. At the very end, we're going to take a look at that. And this is all a part, as I say, a nutritious marketing breakfast. There's school in there, but put the GHL community in there. Put Mighty Networks in there, meaning community is a part of this equation, like your Facebook group, your LinkedIn group, or whatever that you're trying to interface or naturally connect with your marketing. So you got all these things together in what I'm calling the harmonic marketing chord. And this is going to be a great screenshot for you once I build it out here. But the first thing is kind of define that primary intent and focal point. And as you'll see, the easy thing that you can do is even just ask ChatGPT, here's my target market, say it's the HVAC industry. What is the main seed word, focal point word, focus that I can start with, or whatever? What's the primary intent of my prospect? Here's my prospect. They are a buyer of HVAC services or air conditioning services or whatever. That's who they are. What is their primary intent focus points? That's number one. Okay. This is building out the chord. So we know that. Number two is what are the phrases associated with that? We need to know kind of what is that main thing that we're looking for. We got their intent, but what's the key word? Okay. Or keywords. There's going to be several there that's going to go along kind of in what we call a silo, right? So you need to know the intent, the keywords. This is the very first part of the chord. If you're creating like a C chord, C-E-G, for the music people out there, this is the very first part of the chord. The number one part of the chord is the focal point. What is the intent? The intent could be to buy a cheap HVAC services. That's the intent. What's the main keyword phrase? HVAC services near me, because you're going to do some research on this, right? AI will tell you what that is. What's my primary keyword phrase based on the intent? AI will tell you. Okay, that's what you ask AI. Tell me. Now, the next thing is topical authority. So from there, you're going to have to now start building, based on those keywords, content that's going to now start building this second part of that chord, your topical authority part of the chord. That's the authoritativeness part. And that topical authority is now going to include creative content from Instagram, potentially graphic content, YouTube content, video content, etc. That's part of the second part of the chord, the creative content. Okay, is what you're going to put there. And then that's the creative content. The reputation now is where you're now connecting the other part of the chord, where you've got your reviews. You could have Yelp potentially. You could have a star system potentially. You could have anything associated with addressing your reputation. That's the third part of the chord. In my opinion, I can rank just about any business for the main primary intent and primary keywords based on this chord alone. Just the first three, just the primary intent, topical authority, creative content, reputation, brand influence basically is where your company is showing up on different articles and things like that. And you have a community built in there, a LinkedIn community, a YouTube, or not YouTube, but you've got a Facebook community, you've got a LinkedIn community, you've got a school or a Mighty Networks or whatever that is. Those 3 chords alone can get you ranked. Okay. If you're in a more competitive area or whatever, your tech experience, where Duda shines, okay, and your user experience, where also Duda shines, is that 5th and final chord. Okay, those are good chords, but you don't need it to rank, okay, to get you going. But those are in there, and the engagement blends into the user experience. What is that? That's the likes, that's the comments, that's the this is great, that's the interaction. If you take all these chords and put this together, again, your community experience, your engagement, your user experience, and your tech experience, this will get you to the top. Okay, promise. If you do this for whatever the keyword is, for whatever the business is, or whatever, and you connect this up, and I'm going to show you how this all works, this is going to get you to the top, guaranteed. Done it over and over again, 1,000 times over. You see, we work for Coca-Cola, we work for IBM, we work for John Maxwell. Go do some research on John Maxwell and see where he's ranking. He's ranking for over 50,000 of the top keywords out there because of this process. Okay, this is how you get number 1. Now, the cool thing is all this can be done with AI. So take a picture of this, and this is literally AI plug and play, and meaning the primary intent, ChatGPT will tell me. Primary keyword, ChatGPT will tell me. Community experience, again, I can ask, what would be the best community experience I can offer for this niche? AI is going to tell me. What's the content now that this niche needs to understand, or the topical SIOs? It's going to tell me. It literally will tell me. I don't need to know anything about dentistry, how to be I just did an orthobionomy process about a month ago, and we're already ranking for the top things there. I don't know anything about orthobionomy. Nothing about it. Okay, you probably don't either, just by me saying that. Go Google it or whatever. And you'll find my client, because AI knows what it is. I even asked AI, do you know what orthobionomy is? And it said, oh yeah, sure we do. This is what it is. I'm like, whoa. So what am I going to do? Ask AI to tell me what content to create. Ask AI what's going to get engagement. Ask AI what I should do as far as building out the website, what people are going to want, what their intentions are. I'm going to do that with AI. Okay. And the tech experience, of course, as the others have said, there was a great, just the last session before, talking about how great Duda is from a tech experience, plug and play, different things. I'm going to show a screenshot at the end. They didn't show that in the last one, but I've got a screenshot of all the cool AI tools that Duda now provides for you to connect a lot of these tech areas here, the tech experience. Alt text, they said, yeah, alt text is in that experience that Duda connects to you, meta descriptions, different things like that, all comes with that built in here. Now, focal point is kind of where we start. So we have to imagine all the positions of the harmony. And again, the reason why we're thinking about this, if we're writing a song, we want to think about who's the listener. Is this a love song? Is this, motivation, rah, gonna work out, whatever it is? What is this about? So we've got to think about who is the searcher. What are they interested in? What are their fears? What are their hopes? What are the characteristics? What are their concerns? And again, these are all AI questions. So if I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about, I used as an example, your HVAC customer, your air conditioned heating and air customer, what are their concerns? My customer avatar is someone who needs heating and air. What are their concerns? What are their characteristics? What do they think about? What keeps them up? What are their top priorities? What are their, we're just sitting there. And that's why we call the name of our company Hum Jam. That's what a hum jam is. In the music terms, a hum jam is where you're going da 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 da, and you're coming up with a song. You're humming it. You're going, well, what about this? What about this idea? What about that idea? And you're humming it. Okay, so that's why we're not going to be replaced by AI, is because we come up with the ideas. Okay, and then we go to AI and ask the questions to dig a little deeper. But we hum jam, which is what? Thinking about and coming up with what we think that they may want. Then we go solidify that with AI. Okay, so we hum up the ideas. What are their intentions? Are they ready to make a decision? Are they at the beginning of the query? What are all the hooks I can latch into? That's a good one to ask. My target prospect is this, that, and the other thing. This is their concerns. What are the hooks that we can use to pull them in to our advertising or whatever? And then it'll give you a list, of hooks. that you can latch into. This is a big one. You will see in the example that I have here at the end is, where do they hang out? Why do we need to know that? If we're going to advertise, if we're going to post, if we're going to put a piece of content somewhere, wouldn't it be good to do it where they hang out? AI is going to tell you. So AI is going to tell you where they hang out. AI is going to tell you who the influencers are. AI is going to tell you the best websites out there to compete against. AI is going to tell you all the keywords. AI is going to tell you everything. And you go, well, why? AI is going to replace me. AI will replace you unless you're the one at the beginning of this humming part. Okay, that's where you stand out. They don't know what you're trying to do. They just know how to answer the questions. Okay, you got to use them as the worker for you and your hum jam. What apps do they use to purchase with? That would also be good to know. Now, this is also a great screenshot, which is kind of the main, what I call chords. Okay, and these are chords. All channels in unison and harmony is chords. As you see there, you got your Instagram, you got your Facebook, Twitter, your social, offline referral, social referral, YouTube, SEO and content, search engine marketing is a little bit different, PR, online display ads, online retargeting. Retargeting is also a killer tactic to apply to this. Affiliates that's coming in there, reviews, your blog, Pinterest, and many, many, many more. Okay, this isn't all the potential nodes to your course. That's where the research and the AI comes into play. Not everybody uses Twitter in certain niche markets. Not everybody's going to use. I don't see LinkedIn up here. LinkedIn could be also another item up here that's not up here. And this is basically how you plan out the chords to your progression. Again, as you'll see in the example at the end, AI is going to tell me how to build this. Okay. I could look at this, take a screenshot and go, oh, I'm going to go back and I'm going to make sure to add to my checklist, Instagram, Facebook, and just, that's not the way it works. Okay. AI is going to tell you how, you see, some of these balls are smaller and bigger than others. Some of these have higher priority than others. Some of these are going to be posted weekly. Some of these are going to be posted monthly. Some of these, there's different rhythms for all of it. Just like a piece of music, the drummer doesn't play the same rhythm as the bass player, but there are things that are in harmony and things that are complementary. Okay, that's where all that goes together, is creating this in unison and harmony. And basically, that's to amplify the effectiveness of each one. Your Twitter post about the Facebook post about the SEO content that's on there, all of that amplifies. And even Google sees those connections and amplifies in the results. Okay, the authoritativeness part of it, when those pieces are connected, when those chords or dots are connected, it amplifies the overall thing. Kind of like an orchestra, you know, where you're hearing each instrument is distinctive because it plays a different role. Like your Facebook post is different than your blog post, is different than your landing page, is different than your Pinterest post. You know what I'm saying? But they are all a part of the same melody. They're all about a part of the same intention. Again, the focal point of the end user is to what? Book HVAC services. So what are all the songs we can write? What are all the things we can connect? What are all the instrumentation we can use to get them to that intention? Okay. And again, AI will do it all for us. We just have to be the one asking that question, going, how can I put all this in harmony and make sure that this is correct so that they engage, trust, and convert? And that's the bigger thing. A lot of SEO, you know, I see is keyword rank. Why? We got to know why we're doing the SEO. The customer is not going to stay if they're not getting the clients, if they're not getting the booking, if they're not getting the result that they're after. They may be ranked number one on keywords or whatever, but if they're not getting the engagement and the booking and the money or whatever, they're not going to stay as a client. So that's why we have to attach it all to that focal point. What is that main thing that we're trying to do and accomplish? And then everything from the silos to the Facebook posts, to the YouTube videos, to the podcast, to the everything is all in the same chord. It's all in the same orchestra. And that's the way it works. Okay, here's another thing, the pulse. The pulse is what's a noticeable trend or search behavior. As you see my ChatGPT down here, do you notice any trends in this space that I need to be aware of and adjust to? Again, I'm talking to the HVAC industry because I was looking at a HVAC client here. And basically the pulse is the real-time insight on how people are interacting with content, search queries, that type of stuff. This really has a massive impact on what you do and how you execute what you're trying to do. And pulse and trends and things like that means this was telling me that I should be aware of solar. I should be aware of energy efficiency. I should be aware of, and again, these are different things that are trends or behaviors or, some people don't listen to funk music anymore. They're now listening to, I was going to say rap, but I don't even know. I don't even know what people are listening to today. That's bad for a music major. But anyways, you're checking the pulse. What's going on right now? What's the main thing that's happening right now? Okay, that's the pulse. This is a music concept. And again, we ask AI what's the pulse so that we can harmonize with that pulse. Same way on the frequency. So we got our chords connected. We know we're going to use YouTube because that's where our constituents are. We know we're going to use LinkedIn. We know we're going to use these things, but how do we that's why we check the pulse. What's the top priority of this niche? Then we check the frequency. What are the things that need to be done and how frequent do they need to be? What a lot of people will do is just create a ton of content or target a certain amount of keywords, or it's all based on volume and based on that type of stuff. But in reality, it's not based on that. That's why we call it chords or connecting the chords. It's not based on if they saw 3,500 words in one sitting. If they saw 15 words in 17 different sittings would have a bigger impact. Let me say that again. If I sat there and saw one article for 3,500 words, chances are I'm not going to read it, right? One article, one exposure to one client to that big 3,500 word, keyword rich, filled, freaking whatever it was. Or I saw that same topic idea of that client in Facebook, in YouTube, in wherever I'm kind of like thinking about my HVAC needs. I'm seeing the same person or content or brand in multiple different places. Little bits and pieces in multiple different places is going to build that trust way higher, way quicker, way easier, not with just the constituent, but also with Google and with the platforms. That's why you said the answer was follow the rule 7. There was a lot more instruction. That's why AI is so rich and juicy. Even in this last, you see the answer. I didn't have enough room to share the whole answer. It says, do I notice any trends? I'm going to show you here at the end what that actual answer was. There's a huge answer that gives me a ton of trends and a ton of content ideas and a ton of stuff to create silos around just from that one question. Same way here. How often do I need to be in front of the prospect? The first answer said at least 7 times. Okay. So if I'm thinking about that, that's now going to go into my campaign. So I'm going to think about my chords, and then I'm going to build out my campaign or my flow. And that's basically once I know the chords, I know what platforms I'm going to post on, I know what content I'm going to create, I know the focal point, I know the harmonies, I know those types of things. Now what do I need to do? And this is kind of creating that flow. Now, this is about the operational side of it. I'm not going to teach on this slide or whatever, but in reality, this is just making sure that you've got everything in place. You've got the goals, you've got the feedback, you know what it is that you're trying to do. You've planned out the song, basically. And so now you're going to get to work and practice. And that's why we call it the ritual. So once you've kind of got that flow, you know, here's the places, here's the content, here's the silos, here's the keyword, here's what I'm going after, here's their problems and challenges, here's the influencers, here's all those things. Now what do I do, okay, is the ritual. And what does that mean? That could be I'm publishing a blog post article every 2 to 4 times a month. And of every blog post, that blog post is now being converted into 2 or 3 social media posts. But that blog post only comes about because there's a YouTube video that gets created based on that topic and transcribes. And again, this is all the ritualized automation of going, what do I need in the cord? I need a YouTube video. I need a Facebook post. I need an email to go out about it. I need a blog article that's targeting a keyword or whatever, meaning you're building out the cord, okay? And once you have that built out, now you go, what's my ritual? What's my automation? I'm going to do this every week. So if you do this every week, that means now I got 4 blog articles. I've got 3 social media posts. I got 1 YouTube video. That's the ritual. Okay. And that's what we want to automate. We want to put that process together, and we can use several tools from N8N to different tools like that to really take the YouTube video, to create the content, to create the post, to create the email response, or whatever. That's a whole nother topic or call that is super, super technical. Even using Python, as you know, Ron, on that kind of stuff to automate this part of this process. But that's essentially what it's doing. And that's to basically contribute and create that reliable brand presence. Again, trust, eat, the engagement part, the experience part, all those types of things. Once you've got all these pieces connected, and LinkedIn, and we'll see that here in a second, it builds that authoritativeness in that Google algorithm-based situation there. So the progression is where it's all leaded, and that's basically how these rituals, like regular blog posts, social media updates, the newsletter that's going out, and again, the newsletter is sharing either the YouTube video or the social media post that's got the YouTube video in it, meaning you're multi-layering these cords so that it gets Google's attention in the multi-layering. Meaning if the email goes out to a Gmail account that's got a link on it that goes to Facebook, of course, Google crawls that Facebook account that's now got the YouTube video potentially posted on it, that's got some two-step going in it, which means it's asking for a response where people are actually responding and engaging, and that goes into that algorithm. That's what I'm saying, meaning all this literally can be automated, and it's kind of creating this progression, and that's what turns a one-time buyer into a repeat customer, eventually a brand advocate, because they're seeing you everywhere. It's not just one big 3,500 article that shows up randomly on YouTube. It's there in all the searches in different topic areas or whatever, because you're laid out the whole cord, the whole progression, the whole intention of what it is that you're trying to accomplish. Now, here's kind of an example of this. This is where this is all leading, and I've talked about it just a little bit, where your YouTube video is made based on the keyword. So first off, as you saw previous slides ago, we're harmonizing on the intent of, say, you're an HVAC client, and we're going, what is your subscriber or your constituent need or want or challenge, their issue or whatever. We're strategizing on that. Once you have all those keywords, all those concepts, that's when you ask ChatGPT or your AI tool, help me make a YouTube video, give me a YouTube script that can cover that concept. And it could be how to book an HVAC, whatever, whatever your list of things that you're going to create your core content on. Then you create the YouTube video. Okay. Now that YouTube video has a transcript that then you ask AI to create into a blog post. And you could use Surfer. You could use different tools out there that could then really use AI to kind of SEO that blog post based on a keyword. And you could really AI that blog post a little bit better than maybe even the YouTube. But YouTube, you could make sure you got the right keywords and the right description and everything in there. And then the blog post, you really hone that in. Then your blog post now shared through your CRM. So your email goes out, sending to your email list, telling them about that blog post that's now targeting that keyword. So Google sees that. You're also encouraging them, if you have that blog post posted on a social media channel, to encourage engagement and interaction in that. All those things add up. Blog post is turned into a multi-channel content and shared across platforms. So you take that transcript and you ask ChatGPT, please create a Facebook post, a LinkedIn post, wherever your channels are, because it's going to be different for everybody. You're going to say, create a post for each one of these channels that's associated with this content or this transcript. And after you do that, now that link can go back to the original video. That link can go back to the Facebook poster page. You've got tons of places of where it could go right back to the original blog post. And on your blog post, you could have your YouTube video embedded on that blog post. Okay. And even a link to the discussion of it on your Facebook page on the same blog post, meaning Google's going to crawl that blog post and see the YouTube and the YouTube content, see the Facebook post and the Facebook engagement, see anywhere else you can connect it. Again, connect the chords, and bam, instant the eat part, the authoritativeness part, you connected the dots for Google. Look, I have the same content on YouTube. Look, I have the same content interaction on Facebook. Look, I have the same content interaction on Twitter. Look, I have the same interaction and content on LinkedIn. Look, I posted it to my group. Look, I did an ad about it. Look, meaning these types of things now you're going to go, wow, man, where did all this new traffic come from? Because Google now is treating you like an authority because you've connected the chords. Connecting the chords is what gives you that authority. And that's why I said, put links everywhere and use AI for the task, meaning make the YouTube video based on the keyword. I don't come up with that script. AI comes up with that script because I feed it the keywords, I'm targeting it and telling it to use those keywords in the script. Otherwise, that script, if I'm just doing it from the heart and don't include the keywords, then I kind of shot myself in the foot. So you want to make sure that script is AI generated, and then you humanize it. Then the transcript, turn in the blog post, etc. Put links everywhere. AI, plug and play, all of this. And the intervals again. So we're almost done with theory here, and I'm going to show you some stuff. But the intervals are kind of the planned gaps between the content, because as you know, you don't just post it all on the same day at the same time, and just you don't just go, okay, the blog post is there, and now I'm going to YouTube it, Facebook. That kind of looks like spamming. That's not natural. That's not how music is. When you go to a music concert, unless it's a thrash concert, it's not just all in your face. It has progression. It has an interlude. It has a bridge. It has a chorus. It has a verse. So you want to post on Facebook, post on your blog, do your YouTube video, but not all on the same day. Maybe not even the same week. Maybe wait to connect the YouTube video to your Facebook page a week from now. Okay. And if you do that, because we always want to rush everything, right? And YouTube doesn't love that. Nobody loves that when somebody's trying to rush you to do stuff or whatever. So you got to play the intervals. Again, the intervals are the planned gaps between the content. And if you're curious about that, the best thing to do is use AI to post for you, meaning post at the best times, tell you the best intervals to use for any of these various platforms. AI will actually, if you ask it, it'll tell you. Here's a sample campaign. Again, I'm not going to totally run through this, but basically this is what we've been talking about here. So as a sample campaign, what's that focal point? What chords should be applied? Think about, let's see, this screenshot. What chords? These are the chords. What chords should be applied? And if you're not sure what the chords should be applied, ask ChatGPT. What channels, as you'll see in the example that we got here, what channels should I be attaching to based on this niche? And again, I got an example coming up here on that. What are the chords that should be applied? Where are the harmony opportunities? Where are the places that I can connect? The pulse, remember, what's the pulse? What's the thing that's going on right now? What's important to the market? What's the big up and up? What's the frequency required? Is this a market that requires daily communication, or once a week, or every now and then? What is the phrasing? What's the rituals? What's the flow? This is kind of coming up with that campaign plan. And then what are the top 5 challenges? Use SpyFu, Ahrefs, SEMrush, other keyword tools or whatever to find focal points. You're kind of trying to dial that in. And once you have the focal points, you build your topical silos. I said dial in your slugs. That's the silos. We got these 5 areas to cover for this HVAC. Those 5 areas, we got our slugs, we got our descriptions. And again, this is why Duda is great for this. It'll help you with that. It'll help you with the descriptions. It'll help you with alt tags that come on your different things or whatever. Dialing in those landing pages for SEO. That's a part of that campaign. So as I had said before, you've got your blog post that's created based on a transcript, but why not dial that in for SEO? Meaning making sure you've got the, it could be a transcript, but make some of those important items H2s or headers or bullet lists, or, like we can dial that up and make those landing pages way better for SEO to actually get ranked. And then creating the social channels, the public posts, connecting all the chords. That's kind of the main campaign plan here. And of course, as always, ask ChatGPT who is the main competitors for this niche in this area. You could even say, who are like junk removal. I just recently had a junk removal client. Who are the top junk removal specialists in San Diego? Okay, who are they? Ask ChatGPT, and it will tell you who to look at. And you go, oh, I didn't know that. And you could go check out different things or whatever. Check out the competition and put them through the test. Now, as I promised, here's my promise right here. Okay, fast AI wins. So based on all those harmonic concepts that I covered, and hopefully that was new content for your brain where you're like, I haven't seen that before. This is new stuff. And I'm thinking about SEO in a different way, or thinking about, AI in a different way. You are the band director, and AI is kind of your assistant to help you write the music, to help you orchestrate the band, to help you get that going. So based on that, use AI to find channels of your target prospect. Now I'll show you a little example here for these different things. So screenshot this. We're going to use AI to find the channels of your target prospect. Okay, and that's a simple, please tell me what the channels I need to target for the HVAC industry. That's as easy as that is. Okay, no complicated prompts required. I'll show you, and it's amazing what shows up. Use AI to find the influencers of your target market. Okay, that's very important too, because once you know the influencers, you now know who to do the podcast for, the guest post for, the like there's so many things that you guys know that if you know the influencers, you could connect on LinkedIn, you could build some influence with them or whatever. Use AI. Hey AI, tell me who the influencers are for the HVAC. As you'll see in the example, AI gives you at least 10. It'll give you 100 if you say, give me 100. It'll give you so many that you'll be sick of them. Okay. You can say, AI, this is number 3. Give me the low-hanging fruit focal points to target for the HVAC industry. Holy freaking cow. If you just did that and targeted those things, your clients would be way happier with you. Trust me. And you're not even using Ahrefs or any of those types of things. You're basically just saying, hey, ChatGPT, give me the low-hanging fruit focal points to the HVAC industry. Again, you'll see, you'll be like, oh, okay, that's easy. You can use those other tools to check keyword difficulty, to check competition, to check and see if it's a good idea or if there's other low-hanging fruit. But at least AI kind of gives you those seed words or those seed focal points that you could then go into your other tools and dial it in a little bit better. Use AI to harmonize the content across the channels. What does that mean? That means we literally take our YouTube video, transcribe it, and say, hey, create a Facebook post. Hey, based on this, create a Facebook post, create a LinkedIn post, create a Twitter post, create and you can even go and take it to Canva and say, create a meme, like you can do all different kinds of things to harmonize the content across channels. That's number 4. And number 5, use AI to create the content to match the chords. What does that mean? Again, that's saying now that you've got your content, and again, you don't have to worry about the meta tag part of it with Duda, but you're basically saying, here's my chords. Here's what I'm trying to do. I need content for this. And what's the content? I need a blog article. I need a video transcript. I need a Facebook post. I need a LinkedIn post. AI will create all the content that you need. You don't even need to fret about creating the content. That's number 5. Okay. all channels in unison. And here's my bonus tips. And then I'm gonna show you. So if we look over, yeah, here we go. As I was saying, my target market is the HVAC industry, and I'm looking for channels to target. Can you help? Absolutely. So basically, it's as easy as just asking it the dead-on questions. I know you see these ChatGPT training where it's like, say that you're Neil Patel, say that you're this, and say that you wanted that, and you don't even need to do that. Just talk to it like it's a human and say, hey, you know, this is what I'm looking for. Can you give me the channels to target? And it said, yeah, sure. Here's your channels. So if I'm thinking, and again, fill in the blank, dentistry, lawyer, orthobionomy would give a different result. And you're going to make a note of that, because I'm not going to do a TikTok for a chiropractor. Like, why? Because it wouldn't show up here. And I see people doing it because they're like, oh no, I'm going to do everything. Don't do the things that it tells you to do. Okay. So we basically asked it, I'm looking for channels to target. Give me the channels. And this is the things that I'm now going to go, okay, I know that I need some ads potentially. Here's some channels. The Air Conditioned Contractors America, didn't know about that. Heating, HRE. This is giving me all the details that I may need to know and capture so that I can create content for it. I needed Facebook and Instagram ad, maybe YouTube. TikTok, it says if applicable, I could dial that in a little better. This is just saying the younger marketing and different things. So this is giving me all those particular channels, which is basically this question, is finding the channels. The next one was, tell me the, okay, thanks for that. I always tell ChatGPT thanks, or you're doing a good job, or whatever. I used to talk really mean to it, and that kind of hurt me a little bit. So I'm very nice in today's day and age. Now I need some influencers to build some rapport. Can you help? So this is just as easy as that. It's in the same thread, talking about the same topic or whatever. I need some influencers. Who's some influencers? And then it goes through and gives me a ton of different influencers to kind of look at, to connect with, or whatever. As always with AI, the great thing is if you get stuck, if you've got 5 and you're like, I checked them out, I need more, just say, hey, can you give me, these 5 were okay. Can you give me 5 more? Can you give me 10 more? Can you give me 100 more? Like, you just keep drilling it, asking it for more. And as you see, it's giving me more here. How to engage, send a DM or comment on the post. It's even giving me ideas of what to do to connect with them, which is also great. Okay, because that's what you would definitely want to do. And so finding low-hanging fruit focal points to connect with. So let's keep going with that. Okay, now I'm looking for keywords to connect the content of the channels. And again, I'm saying, hey, first off, what are the channels? Second off, who are the influencers? Third off, what are the keywords? And now it's going to go, here's HVAC system troubleshooting best for technicians. Now, I'm noticing that this isn't keywords for the constituents or the clients of HVAC. This is the keywords associated with an HVAC looking for material. And that can happen, especially if you're doing research for a client of a client. Okay, not for the client itself, or not for like HVAC, looking for HVAC. The actual homeowner is not going to look at it in this way, if that makes sense. And if you notice that, meaning if you go, oh, well, this is targeting HVAC industry professionals, not homeowners in the HVAC industry, then you can easily just go back and say, hey, I meant to say the homeowners of the HVAC industry. You just correct it and tell it to recorrect it and re-give me new keywords based on that. Then the next one, as I said before, do you notice any trends in the space that I need to be aware of? That's in the pulse part of it. What are the trends? What are the different things? And it basically said, yeah, here's the different trends. Energy efficiency, how to smart HVAC technology. These are different things that I could, knowing that it's a trend, knowing that it's important, knowing that it's a top thing, can kind of hone on that or create a spear for it and Google's now going to go, oh, this is the relevance part of the harmony. It's now relevant. It's now a song that people want to listen to. It's relevant. It's in harmony with what's going on in the current reality is what that is. So that's basically all we're doing. We're finding low-hanging fruit. We're harmonizing the content, and we're I don't think I had it on here, but let's see. Oh yeah, how often do I need to be in front of the prospect? That was one of the questions. That was one of the answers. Remember when we saw the rule of 7, then it says consistency trumps frequency, stay contextual. And then it kind of gives, this is kind of cool. Meaning if I didn't know anything about this, and again, we want the frequency to work and match, and I didn't know, this is kind of giving me an idea. Email 1 to 2 a week. Okay, cool. Social media posts 3 to 5 a week. Perfect. Retargeting ads. It basically is telling me what I should be doing here, which is great. If I didn't know for this industry, and this could be different results for different industries, this is giving me what I should be doing. I should be sending an email out. I should be doing my social media posts. I should be retargeting the ads. I should be doing direct outreach. I should be doing education content, blogs, videos every single week. I should be going to trade shows. I should be doing a newsletter. Like, done. You know what I'm saying? Like, it literally told me everything that I needed to do. And then even adjust the communication based on the different stages or whatever. As we keep going, it even tells me week 1, do this, week all the way through week 6. It's giving me, and again, as we keep developing this, we now have a tool to then go back and say, based on everything that you said, we could do some deep research or analytical mode and say, based on everything you've said, now build a checklist for me. Now build a, you can literally have AI take you now to the next level from that perspective. And so harmonizing the content across the channels is just, again, asking it to take your YouTube transcript, create your Facebook posts, create different posts like that throughout different things. And these are the bonus tips. Is use AI to find the appropriate flow, the intervals, the frequency, what you could be missing in the course. That's the biggest thing is when you're like, I've got a blog post that's going out with an email marketing campaign that's doing this or whatever. Can you tell me what's missing? Can you tell me if there's any gaps? Can you tell me if there's any issues? And then you use AI to find the intent of your searcher to harmonize their needs, wants, and desires. And that's the biggest one for me is asking them. What I usually like to do for my bonus tip number 5 is ask ChatGPT what keeps them up at night of my target market. Meaning my target market is a homeowner who needs HVAC services because their air conditioner went out. It's the dead heat of summer. What keeps them up at night? What is their biggest worry? What's their biggest fear? What's the thing, the deeper you can dig into the intention of the searcher, the better that you can harmonize with the right content and what they want. And again, harmonizing is more than just the YouTube video matching the Facebook matching your landing page. Your landing page has harmony from your SEO metadata, as the previous speaker was talking about, your alt text for images. Yeah, every time I go audit somebody else's, or we take over SEO for somebody else, 100% of the time, I agree with the previous speaker, there's no alt text for the images. It drives me freaking crazy. And tools like Rank, talk about AI. Rank Math, and I know that Duda does it, but there's tools out there now like Rank Math or other plugins that literally with one click will do the alt text for all your images. Okay, so you have no excuse not doing it, especially with Duda tools. You've got your alt text. You're making sure that your your descriptions match. Everything is also in harmony. That's using getting the Duda tools in alignment. So that's about it.
All right, that was quite the presentation. So thank you for that, Joseph. I really appreciate it. I obviously have a couple of questions, and we're going to address some of the questions from the audience. I guess the first one that we might be able to tackle is, would you say that any AI tools, are there any AI tools out there that can monitor the changes of a web page? I know bigger tools like Ahrefs can do that. I don't know if you're using AI in any way to, like, you were doing some examples of showing some prospecting, different companies in that area, et cetera. Are there any ways that you use AI to see how frequently someone's changing their website?
Yeah, like tools, Search Atlas. Are you familiar with Search Atlas? Auto.
I am.
Yeah, that one will. Even I use Surfer AI or Surfer SEO, and that tool is really cool in that it does monitor your rankings and your content, and you can go in and edit or update or whatever. But Surfer's topical now. It's new. They're fairly new. I don't know if it's fully released to the public, but their new content editor manager will keep track of your rankings and or will help you edit the content and keep that content in alignment. That's on
Now,
Surfer.
yeah.
Auto will do the same thing too.
Now, speaking of SEO tools, John David asked, what platform were you using when you were showcasing the AI? Because that didn't look like ChatGPT. I don't know if there's a different tool that you're using.
Yeah, that's called Merlin. It's just a plugin that will. What I like about it, you can't see my screen, but what I like about it is it allows me to. It's just a plugin. If you do Merlin plugin or whatever, but it allows me to do different ones. So I'm not just stuck with ChatGPT. So if I wanted to use, as you see, all the different ones that's on here.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, I like that because there's so many of them.
Yeah, there's so many of them, and it allows you to use all different ones. So I use different tools for that, but I also use Grok. I use DeepSeek. I use for these types of things. But mainly, the reason why I use Merlin is because it also has an iPhone app, so I can look at the chats that I'm chatting on here and share the chats, and use deep research, use the different models or whatever. But it's Merlin. It's called Merlin. I think they have it on AppSumo. I got it on AppSumo.
Nice.
But it's an extension like a ChatGPT.
Now, you mentioned tools like Auto and a couple of other SEO tools, but I've noticed something really interesting during this video or call that we were doing. You're using ChatGPT almost like all of the other SEO tools. You mentioned you could go check another tool to check its domain ranking, its keyword difficulty, etc. So correct me if I'm wrong, but are you looking to eventually find a process for all of the SEO tools capabilities directly in ChatGPT?
I use basically what I use the SEO tools for is to double check my AI work. So once I get, say, 50 keywords, I'll do a bulk research on that. Meaning I'll take what it tells me and then I'll compare it to see the keyword difficulty, what's low hanging fruit, whatever. So what ChatGPT doesn't have the ability to do now is that deep analysis or even taking. So I use it to double check my work. So I'll go from AI and get it to give me kind of the initial research, but then I'll go to the data tool and say, is this the right difficulty? What does my competitors look like or whatever? But this is kind of my launching pad to give me ideas to go to, say, an Ahrefs or whatever. I use SpyFu as one of my main kind of research tools, but it's bulk. I'll say, give me 50 keywords, and then I'll throw it in a bulk checker, and then I'll spot pick off of the bulk checker, and then any questions about that, I'll come back to ChatGPT. Or come back to my AI and go, okay, here's another word I found. Can you find 50 other words on this word? And if it says yes, here's 50 other words, then I'll take that back. Meaning I'm kind of going back and forth. I would love to have one tool that will do it all. Like if it was just one thing that would double check and give you the data and do that kind of iteration process, I would love to have a tool to do that.
Very interesting. SEO tools are extremely expensive. So from your perspective, do you find that when you double check your ChatGPT results with the SEO tools that it's pretty aligned, or is it usually like way off?
Way off.
Interesting.
It's usually way off in that because ChatGPT has a lot of it doesn't quite have the natural language process points in place. So when it comes up with a phrase, it's still a little off in its verbs and different things like that. So the long tail phrases that it generates is not quite what people or humans type in.
Interesting.
So it's kind of a little off in that it hasn't mimicked human responses 100%. So when you're trying to go from AI and then double checking it and what actually people are doing, there is a big disconnect there. So that's why you got to keep digging the AI until you get the gold. And AI does know some things, and you can say it a different way. Give me these keywords, but do it in a different way. Like, challenge AI to give you a different result. Do this as if you were Shakespeare. Do this as, like challenge it to give it to you in a different way. That's why we do harmony instead of, give me a different process to give me a different result so that it actually could match what humans are doing.
Yeah. And I'm a drummer, so I completely understood all of the different musical references that you were mentioning.
That's what I got my degree at Berkeley, is for drums.
Nice. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
fun
I studied
instrument.
with Steve Smith.
Nice. Yeah, it's definitely a really fun instrument.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, look, Joseph, thank you so much for your time. It was great hearing about the holistic SEO strategy that you're putting forth. And I think when you're selling clients and you're trying to increase your revenue, it's critical that you explain it that way, because everything they're doing is affecting them in the Google search results, in the ChatGPT results, and more importantly, the most important, in their pockets. So,
let me show that real quick. Show my screen real quick.
Yep.
I said I would share this. If you're in Google Analytics, go to user acquisition. This is key, and make sure that this is set on find user source to see your ChatGPT results.
That's a great tip.
Yeah. So if you want to see if you're actually getting ChatGPT results and how they're being targeted, is just click user acquisition here, and then here you've got to do first user source to show you where they came from. Anyways, I said I would share that.
I appreciate you. For those of you, stay on. We are not done. Our next session is going to be talking about actual hands-on prompting for agencies. So we'll see you there.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the last session of our AI for Agencies mega webinar. I'm your host for today. I'm Santi Clark, the Director of Content at Duda, and I'm here with Andy Crestodina, CMO and founder of Orbit Media Studios, and Katie Robbert, CEO of Trust Insights. And we've got a whole bunch of hands-on prompting for you today. So I'll hand it over to Andy and Katie now.
Thank you, Santi. Excited to be here. These are always good. You guys do such a great job. These Duda mega webinars, it's very impressive. And even that session coming out of that was fantastic. So we hope to put a bow on this with a really practical approach and conversation about prompting and building agencies. Katie and I are both building agencies. We live in this world. Agency founders are crazy people. We are all insane. What are we thinking? This is but it's fun. If you love just every day is different, you're in the right place. And Duda in this category especially aligns well with kind of our passions here, because we're very interested in B2B growth, lead generation, UX, the intersection of art and science, web development. Orbit is fundamentally a web development company. Katie's firm is AI. Katie, tell us about Trust Insights.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. We started about 8 years ago, and our bread and butter was helping people with Google Analytics when it was still Universal Analytics. And then it switched to GA4 and nobody likes it. But we're all just we're mustering through, and Andy, you've done a great job of helping people navigate it. But in the background, my co-founder and I have always been in the data science and AI space. And once it really became a mainstream topic that people were talking about, trying to figure out, we were like, okay, great. Now we can actually pivot and use the words data science and AI and machine learning and not scare people off and not scare our clients off. And we've been able to really double down on not only the foundational work that we do, but then bringing a lot of the artificial intelligence into it in a way that people can then take it and run with it and make it their own.
Yeah, this is very special because Katie and Trust Insights have been talking about AI for much longer than the rest of us have been talking about AI. I've been in digital for a long time. I sort of joke, 24 years in digital marketing and web development and B2B lead gen, and 24 months using AI, something like that. Whatever, close enough. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Katie, I want you to make me smarter and jump in and help us all kind of navigate this. So Santi, I'm ready to start the share screen 2. You're going to see like an infinite loop there for 1 second. And now hopefully the slides sound good. Can you see?
We can see them.
Good.
Great. Okay. A little table setting. Welcome to the impact zone. We are the category with the most opportunity / disruption. Depends how you look at it. Marketing. This is McKinsey. Sales and marketing are it's the category with the greatest opportunity and economic impact of AI. Literally like $1 trillion of economic impact. In fact, there's just 4 categories that are 75% of the projected total economic impact of AI: sales, marketing, software engineering, customer service, and R&D. So, friends, Duda fans, several of these sound very familiar to you. We're partly tech, we're marketing, we always do sales. Customer service, is this not like all of us? Like this is probably all of us. So
It's definitely all of us.
it's all of us. It's me.
Yeah.
It's definitely us. So if that's unsettling, not weird. Most of us are find it overwhelming. Welcome to the overwhelm. But we're going to remain calm. And I think overwhelm kind of comes from not having a plan or knowing what's next. So if we do a good job here, Katie and I will kind of give you a picture for like how to apply these things. Same as you've been getting like this. That last session was awesome. You can't fight it. It's happening. The math teachers were not successful in protesting calculators. That did not work out in 1965 or whenever this picture was taken. So I'm going to start with a kind of a framework. And Katie, I did this with you briefly. Jump in anywhere. Here's my little thesis. We're all on a spectrum. And the spectrum started when you had like ChatGPT write a poem for you for your mom's birthday in, January of 2024. I think is that when it was?
It was around that time. Yeah. I think that's when it became more everyday use.
Yep. It just hit the mainstream and and now actually we're all using it anyway, just in the hybrid models like Google. Step 1 though, was when you as a marketer realized that if you give it the right inputs, such as reports, style guides, examples, screenshots, personas, it will give you back something very useful. And you're off to the races because it makes sense to you. Like this thing has to be trained a little bit. I got to give it some stuff. I'm going to get back some good stuff. That's kind of the foundation and where we started. The next step is when you realize that the prompts that you're making can be improved by the AI itself. And that prompt actually should be tested to see if it worked. And if it does work, you have a much better final response and a reusable prompt that you can share with your team.
One of the ways we always describe this is it's software development. So if you're familiar with the SDLC, the software development lifecycle, this is very much what Andy has up here. It's very much what it is. So you shouldn't, I've known developers who will, but you shouldn't just go ahead, write some code and push it out to production for everybody to use. You need to, the draft prompt is think about it as your requirements. And then you have to go through your proof of concept, your testing, your QA, and then you say, okay, this is a good final response. This is my output. This is my end product. And then multiple people can use it. That's sort of the way that you want to think about it. If you're like, if I can follow the basics of the SDLC, then I can do really sophisticated prompt engineering.
And it's cumulative because the reusable prompt is something that keeps, you can keep improving it. You spread it across the team. Everyone gets a little smarter. Work output gets a little better. Efficiency goes up a little. I think this is a big moment. And there's lots of people kind of that are just now getting to level 2. I'm going to keep going. Level 3 is when you see that there's processes, like you just said, right? Where it's multiple steps and these responses can be put into the next step in the process. And now you're a process developer thinking more broadly about business use cases and not one-off prompting.
And, process is one of those. It's funny. I don't know if you run into this, Andy, but for a long time in my company with my team, process was a dirty word because nobody likes to document process. Nobody likes to think about how process is done. They're just like, I just do it. Well, how did you do it? well, I did it. I don't remember how I did it. It's like when
Mhm.
I ask my husband how he made dinner, he's like, well, I just threw some stuff together. I couldn't recreate it. Having clear, defined process is the key to success for any of this. And good news, there's a lot of AI tools that will actually document your process for you so that you don't have to be the one sitting writing step 1, step 2.
That's right. Turn on Studio, like AI Studio, and like do the thing, and it'll make a list. It'll share your screen with AI while you're doing it. But I think
Mhm.
this is where some people are probably on this call. Hopefully, people are realizing like agencies should think this way. I don't know if you're using EOS or you have documented standard operating procedures. If you do, you're a little bit ahead of the game. We're there. Next. Ready? Wait a minute. Why am I copying and pasting prompts repeatedly? I could build these into a little automation, a self-contained, actually literally codified chunk of instruction that gives me a better response. And now I'm really more productive because that can be shared very broadly with a simple link instead of a copy paste shared prompt library.
And copy paste is the bane of anyone's existence, because honestly, that's where a lot of errors happen, because it's so repetitive. It should be easy, but that's where we start to our minds start to drift. I can look out my window. My dog needs something. I forget what I was doing. And that's actually where more errors take place rather than the actual execution of the work itself.
And I have a shared prompt library, and I suddenly realized that other people here are building their own shared prompt libraries. Is it shared anymore? We all have separate these aren't shared, they're separate libraries. But when I make a custom GPT and I share that, I see that on all of our accounts, right? When you add that, it's there all the time. And now there's someone who has kind of, this little bit of governance over that. I'm level 4. I'm here. Lots of us maybe are at level 4. If you haven't built a custom GPT, if you're an agency founder, you should be doing this soon. But I'm going to go to the next level. This is past me now, but here's what you're going to find out. The agent, agentic, you've heard the word. If you haven't heard it, if you haven't said it yet, you're going to say it 100 million times in the rest of your career. Agentic AI goes and does things. For example, new lead comes in, go to that person's LinkedIn, scrape the LinkedIn page, create a sales playbook using questions that are relevant to them and the likely challenges in their job, go look at their website, find opportunities for improvement. It's actually going and looking at things, create a little report from that I can use. Then now all the reps can respond better to calls. So that agent is sending things, making things, generating reports, scraping pages, gathering information. It's not just living completely in it's self-contained inside ChatGPT. Level 5. I'm going to keep going. The next one, this is like prophecy, and not just prediction. I'm going with the word prophecy. The future of the marketer is to oversee a series of agents, the agentic AI manager. And this is like an arbitrary diagram I made, but you could imagine this being all kinds of things. That is what's happening. Now, my little thesis here is that the amount of stress you feel right now is a function of which level you're at. The AI user is freaking out. The AI trainer, okay, I know what this is. I know how to use it. I use it when I want. The prompt engineer, hey, this is actually quite effective, and I'm helping my team while doing this. Wow, a process. I now am getting better work quality and faster than I was before because I'm thinking about all of these things as AI opportunities and building up processes for those. The next level, automation builder, that I can make this into a thing. And sort of the joy of this is relevant. The joy of creativity moves. Who got into marketing because you want to make stuff? Most of us. The joy of creativity moves from making the thing to making the thing that makes the thing. It sounds weird, but you get the idea, right? That's the automation builder. You're making something. You are having, the joy of solving has moved to the creation of AI itself. The agent builder, this person's in insane high demand. Agent manager, these people, they're people, the phone's ringing off the hook. They're busy all the time, right? The AI they can't even keep up with the demand for what they do. So this spectrum that we are all on is a function of our skills, and our skills we can control. Each of us is responsible for our own skill sets. Each of us is responsible for growing our agencies. Each of us can determine our destiny here by deciding to embrace these methods at whatever pace we choose. Stress comes from not having a plan. That overwhelm can be addressed And my hope is that we're going to do it together right now. Katie, that's my idea. What do you think?
I mean, you're speaking my language. Planning is one of the things that brings me joy and comfort. I think because I like the predictability, I'm not a big fan of surprises. And so one of the things that I talk about a lot is scenario planning. And so you need to plan for everything's going to stay the course. You need to plan for everything's going to become amazing. And then you need to plan for everything's going to fall apart. And if you have those 3 plans, this part becomes fairly straightforward. It's akin to having, a well-trained team of individual contributors who know what they're supposed to do. That's the goal with people. That's the goal with AI. Think about working with AI as you, as the manager, have to be really, really good at delegation. And so, Andy, if I say to you, I need a report on the last 5 months, you're like, okay, well, what software am I looking at? What are the things that I'm after? What metrics? Like, you're going to ask me a bunch of questions. That's on me. I was too vague. But if I say to you, Andy, I need a report for the last 5 months from this specific Google Analytics property on these 5 metrics, because this is the thing, you're going to be able to create that more correctly and more efficiently. It's the same as I often tell people, if you can delegate effectively, you can build AI.
I sometimes think that AI is great for sort of lazy but resourceful people.
I would agree.
Yeah, but what you just said really is a huge part of this, which is what are the inputs and what does done look like?
Yeah.
You want a report? Okay, cool. Let me think through this. I need these things that come from here. I want them processed in these ways. I want it to, summarized. I want these visuals. I want it to come together. I'm going to output it like this. Katie needs this. That is not changed.
Nope.
It's simply that we're using different methods for getting to that output.
I think people get frustrated and give up too easily with AI because they don't realize they're not being specific enough. They're just like, oh, well, AI can't do it. And it's, well, if you think through those things, like you just gave the example of, you can get those things and you can move through those levels more quickly.
And we need to jump into these methods because we've got tons of prompts for you. But I think that's always been true. And I think that's SEO is another good example of that. Because there's a lot of people and millions of clients that just never had the patience to pay attention for the 18 minutes it took to understand how search works. And they always stayed down here. And those low information buyers have hired bad SEOs forever because they thought that they knew what they were paying for. They didn't. All you need to do is to improve your skills and then I got just an hour ago, this guy's like this, oh, I need someone to fix these technical SEO issues. What are you talking about? You've got like a 11-page website. You don't have any technical SEO issues. You have content issues. Prescription before diagnosis is malpractice. Let's remember that here, doctors. Okay, I'm jumping in. How put the Post-it note, this is the mental shift, right? Put the Post-it note on your screen. It might help. This is the opportunity. A single individual on, at you or your client, opportunity or risk, can outperform a whole team of people that don't use AI. An individual performer with AI is outperforming teams without AI. Harvard Business School said this. And then also from Harvard, this is the, it's like a year old now, but Ethan Malik shared this. This is AI is functionally a skills leveler on teams. So people who've never done certain things become much better at those things. People who are experts should also use AI, especially because they're the ones that are good at making prompts that can be reused. So we should use AI even if we're experts. And my thesis in life is that I really don't care that much about efficiency. I know that sounds weird, bear with me, but I don't need to make more medium quality stuff faster. I am obsessed with making more high performers because the high performers will get you like 100x the results of the others. 90% of URLs rank high in Google. 90% of social posts go viral. 90% of influencers get most of the engagement. 90% of your pages get most of your traction and traffic. Ever notice that? There's like, I have access to 500 GA4 accounts. Every one of them looks the same. There's like 6 URLs that do most of the work. Always. So how do I make more of those? That's my hope. That's my job. That's my vision for this next 44 minutes. Quality and performance. Efficiency is nice, but that's not what I'm doing here today. We're talking about performance. I'm trying to get an outcome. I'm happy to spend an extra hour or 4 hours if it creates for me 100x performer. Okay, rant over, jumping in. I'm going to use zoos, Katie.
I love it.
We're targeting zookeepers for the next 44 minutes. We are an outsourced veterinary services company. We're a B2B company. We target zoos. They've got sick animals, exotic animals, and we have vets. So, okay. Now, what I want us to never do again is this, short, lazy prompt, write an article for me about X, and it writes an article for you about X. If you needed one more person in life to tell you why that's foolish, I'm happy to be that person. Your target audience could write that same prompt or query and get that same content in an AI overview. Never do that again, right? That is literally average information. It is undifferentiated. It's a joke. I say, like, AI might as well stand for average information, because what did it do? It summarized the internet. If you don't train it on the target audience, it doesn't know who you're targeting. If you don't teach the difference, it's not differentiated. That is boring and worthless and unnecessary. And the only thing we should quit doing is that. Jay Baer said put it in this lovely way. The problem isn't that AI is doing what marketers can do. The problem is that marketers keep doing what can be done by an AI. So let's find out let's do things that AI isn't going to do automatically for your client as soon as they prompt the same thing. Okay, you and I feel passionate about this. We've seen the performance of this. I believe that the future of digital marketing is to run sort of simulations on things that you would have otherwise just published. And that simulation basically means just giving it to a synthetic member of your target audience. Why wouldn't you do this? I think we'll look back at the past and say that was a very primitive era when we would just make a landing page and put it in the market and then see if people liked it. Oops, the first 400 people didn't like it. That was expensive. It is expensive and slow to put untested users' experiences and conversion copywriting and keyword focused articles. This stuff has to be vetted. So showing it to your persona first. Now, my pride and joy in my life after my 6 and 9-year-old children is my persona generator. I'm exaggerating a little bit. They're not in the same league. The persona generator is a custom GPT that I made that I haven't shared yet. I'm still improving it though, but I'm going to give you a mini version of it today, which is the persona prompt. And you can tell exactly what this is. It's the who they are, the what they need, and the how they think and feel. These inputs are very deliberate, and I've been hammering on this one, at the forge of the prompt forge for years. Literally 2 years I've been playing with personas and AI. For the zookeeper thing, it would work like this. We're just going to fill in the blanks. Zookeeper job title, geography, goals. They have challenges, needs, roles. And I want to know their hopes and dreams. I want to know their fears and concerns. I want to know their emotional triggers. And I want to know their decision criteria for selecting a company like ours. All of us need to know the decision criteria for the prospect selecting your client's brand, or for your prospects for qualifying and contacting you as a potential agency. If you don't know why people do and don't decide who to hire in your business, you're at a big disadvantage until now, because this will sort of magically do it for you. It's very impressive. They're usually named Alex. Alex, in this case, wants a robust preventative healthcare program for those big animals. Alex wants to see the animals thrive. Alex is worried about disease outbreaks and budget cuts. Alex gets very angry when bureaucratic delays hinder animal care. Alex really wants to know that we have proven experience. Alex wants that, do we have specialized knowledge of unique physiological needs? Do we keep our appointments? I guess zookeepers get ghosted a lot. I didn't know that. Alex needs to be confident that we have a commitment to reducing stress and discomfort. Alex really wants to know if we have certifications. Alex wants to know if we can implement a preventative care program and that we respond to emergencies and maybe we need to have an animal transported. I don't know anything about zookeepers, but this to me feels like a good head start and a perfectly sufficient persona to do all kinds of good marketing by like just from this. Katie, you guys at Trust Insights do some very detailed personas. How do you feel about my super bootstrapped, quick, single prompt version of that?
Actually, I mean, I think it's really good because I think you're starting to scratch the surface of the things that would keep a zookeeper up at night, because that's really, we know that people, doesn't matter what industry you're in, people make emotional decisions.
Yep.
You know, if they are in pain, we're talking about pain points. If they're in pain, they're looking for someone to solve that problem and solve it yesterday. And, you know, all logic, all research, all that kind of goes out the window as the pain point itself increases in risk, increases in intensity, you know. And so you could take these and then sort of like score them in terms of like low risk to high risk, in terms of the animal's life or death, you know, in terms of the time and money and resources that it takes for a zookeeper to, I don't know, transport an animal versus create and implement preventative care. Like, there's a lot that you can do with this data. I think this is a good start, but I would call it a start. The reason I say that is because it is, and this is not to, you know, insult you in any way, I apologize, but it still feels a little generic, because if you said, Katie, what struggles do you think zookeepers, you know, have on a daily basis? I also don't know a lot about zookeepers, but I could probably make some educated guesses. And I feel like that's a lot of what this is doing. And so you can take it deeper. But what you need to do, what we would do at Trust Insights, is we would feed it a lot more background information about the zookeeping industry, latest, you know, what are the regulations, you know, are they different by state, you know, can I find profiles for like top zookeepers and things that they care about, and really make sure that that background information is fed into the persona builder before I go ahead and find out what the pain points are. Because, I mean, state by state, it may look different. Even zoo by zoo, it may look different. But I don't know that until I do that research.
You know, it's a good webinar if you're taking notes. I'm taking notes, Katie, from you. Thank you. This obviously was a pretty low effort prompt. I'm mostly happy based on the level of input that I got from this. I got several great ideas from what you just told me. Something else that I encourage everyone to do, which is to work with your client to confirm that that stuff was accurate. So I also have seen things in there where it's like, I've done this with clients and they're like, no, that's not really a thing. You know, these people don't care about that. So you tell AI, like, revise and deprioritize this. But I saw, I've seen the ones that you guys do and they're like 30 pages, you know, and I love that extra detail because AI is patient and will read everything. I'm going to just, without reading these, I'm going to just suggest you take a screenshot if you want. I sometimes read these in sessions. We're not going to read them all. And I also have some that these will go deeper into your target audience. And these are some other ones that are a bit of, you might appreciate this. This is me trying, and I borrowed these from Lisa Adams, who's a fantastic AI CMO, basically CMO advisor. She starts to push it to where you're trying to understand things that the audience maybe doesn't even fully appreciate about themselves. So things that you wouldn't even get from 100 stakeholder interviews. Like, these are maybe interesting insights. So we've got it. We worked hard on it. We're gonna save it. I don't care what model you use, or copy it out of there and keep it. I made one of these earlier today. I have a folder on my desktop of like just piles of these things. I have many PDF personas from all different target audiences that I grab and experiment with all the time because I'm trying to get alignment. I want the vet and the zookeeper to be right there connected, helping that lizard. Okay. Now we're going to apply that. So I believe that's like a foundational thing. I know that you guys call them knowledge blocks. We're going to drag that into all kinds of subsequent prompts. And I like that, by the way, what you said just aligns very well with the previous session. Joseph said what keeps them up at night. It's a reminder that people don't make decisions people are mostly not reasonable. People are more emotional, who then rationalize what they sort of decided already anyway. So getting to that, the real ask yourself this: what is the true story in the life of this prospect? That's
Mhm.
what you're trying to figure out. Wait, what was the zero moment of truth, Google used to call it? So content strategy, I'm going to speed up and jump right in. Content strategy is often built on this foundational deliverable, the content marketing mission statement. Content strategy's got a lot of things like workflows, editorial processes, the content calendar, what resources we have, the budget, all of the formats we publish in. Are we going to do video podcasts? But ultimately, really, it's about the who, the what, and the what's in it for them. Audience X, information Y, benefit Z. So I have made these many times by hand with friends and clients over, 15 years. But now you can actually, there's methods where you can sort of write a prompt that does that. And one of my criteria for a good content marketing mission statement, again, this is not a super detailed model here. I'm just getting a quick idea, but I think you'll see it's actually better than you might expect, because when I ask it to create that content mission statement, audience X gets information Y for benefit Z, give it the persona, and I'm looking for calls to action, email sign up calls to action, because that's a test. Good content marketing mission statements can be repurposed into calls to action. What it comes back with is actually quite good. Practical tips on preventative care, behavioral enrichment, and innovative treatment methods. That is a lot better than a lot of the CTAs I see on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Why do people keep doing this? It is hilariously bad how most companies try to grow their list. That is, you're not even telling them what they're going to get. Newsletter, sign up, submit. Can you please print that on a piece of paper and set it on fire and then fix your website? Because that's a terrible marketing. Tell them what they're going to get. They're more likely to do it, please. The AI generated zookeeper is going to be much happier when you improve that email sign up CTA, and your list will grow. When I first figured that out, I had a 4,700% increase in my conversion rate when I changed mine from newsletter sign up to, biweekly practical tips on AI, GA4, SEO, and content strategy. Okay. We're going to go to level 2 here, though, and I want to test that prompt. Here's what I suggested earlier, which is the prompt engineer is actually not going to just take that prompt for granted. You have this realization where every prompt that you ever wrote was just a draft, and that they will all be better if you let AI iterate on them for you, because AI can make your prompts better than you can. So here's an example of how you take the draft prompt, give it to AI, test it and see if it worked, and get your final response. I was playing with an image model called ideogram, and I wrote this prompt: make a sunset over Lake Michigan with Chicago in the distance. It's a beautiful picture, but the secret sauce is that this tool rewrites the prompt into this amazingly detailed thing. The sky is ablaze with vibrant hues of orange, pink, and purple. That's the difference. It's not just a better image model. It's a better image model because it improved my prompt. Takeaway: let AI improve your prompts, right? That revised prompt is far better. So welcome to, someone on LinkedIn called this my PIP. Welcome to the prompt improvement prompt that will make every prompt you've ever written better. It's very simple. Improve the following prompt for clarity and structure. Your goal is to make a reusable prompt. That's it. Okay. Here's an example. Look, my content marketing mission, that last prompt I did, watch. Give that back to AI. Ask it to make a better one. Is it better? Let's compare. I'm testing side by side. Benefit to the reader, specific benefits. That's better. It's going to be, practical. It's application, practical application. That's better. Email sign up CTA, actionable newsletter sign up CTA. That's better. It's a better prompt. It's empirically better. Even seeing it, I can tell it's better, but I don't know until I've tested. SLDC, software development lifecycle. This is, who said it? Karpathy. English is the hot new programming language.
Mm-hmm.
If English is a programming language now and prompts are code, I'm debugging my prompt. Compare. The revision is better. The revision is better. The revision is better. That's the game, people. You need to think of everything you've ever done in AI, go back to your shared prompt library. We're going to level 2 here. You are now a prompt engineer, and you have this insight that prompts are actually making a good prompt is an iterative process. You don't have a good reusable prompt that you can share with your team until you've both revised it and tested it. There we go.
I think that's the not so secret about AI, is that AI will do the work for you. You don't have to be a proficient prompt engineer. You should know what you want, but you can then say, hey, AI, I need you to do the work to make this a better thing. And I think that's where a lot of us, myself included, we forget that's what these systems are for. They're the ones to do the work. We can ask it to keep redoing the work over and over and over again, and it's not going to get tired. It's going to keep redoing the work and not give you, an eye roll and some sass back. It's going to do it without the attitude.
Which I'm terrible at. I'm good at the eye roll. And really, I mean, if you're starting a process, it's an excellent first step to just tell AI generally what you want to do, and then have it devise for you a process for getting to that outcome. You talk to AI about everything we're discussing today, or drop this whole transcript in Notebook LM and just get some feedback on it. It will probably give you better advice than we're giving you. Okay. Now the shared prompt library, I'm just keeping it simple. Is there like some magic to this? I don't see any software coming out for this. There's no really reason to over-engineer this. What do you think?
We also keep it simple. So we are also a Google shop, and so we use Google Keep. And so it's very similar if you haven't used it to using the folders. I happen to have a co-founder who's a data scientist who has terrible organizational skills. And so the more simple I can the more simple I can make things like using Keep, the better chances the rest of the team has to actually being able to access the information. So if a folder structure works, I do not recommend keeping everything in one big long document. That's probably, it's where a lot of us started, but then we've realized as we have more things, as we want to reuse them, we need to be able to evolve them. And then version control is something that we're, trying to be mindful of. So something like a Google Doc where you can update something, go back to different versions, I think is a very good idea. But I haven't seen, there's, people use OneNote, people use like whatever. It has to be something that works for your team is really the bottom line.
Yeah. And these are things where you may already have Notion, whatever, Slack. There's a million ways to do this.
Yeah.
I would not overthink this one. But we're going to move past this to automations pretty soon anyway. So then everything becomes sort of rationalized inside this. It's no more copy paste. Katie, I don't know if you've seen this. I was at Social Media Marketing World and saw a fantastic presentation. Never missed the chance to see Jay Schwedelson give a presentation. He teaches email. It's got a big, 100-person agency, very successful, brilliant insights, tons of data. But he said something that I thought I would try. Nothing against Jay. I'm not criticizing his presentation. It was brilliant. But he was just throwing out all these use cases. And one of them was give AI a screenshot of a folder of emails and ask it which would likely have a high or low open rate. Okay, that sounds really smart. Take a screenshot of an email. Oh, maybe I have shown this to you. I used you as an example, I remember. Okay, so I take a screenshot of emails, my own, and I want to validate and test to see this is correct. I'm providing you a screenshot of an email inbox that includes subject lines and pre-header text and dates of a bunch of emails. Did it get it? Actually, not at all. It did not accurately predict, using my own data, which of my newsletters had high and low open rates. Failure, not successful. I learned in that moment that is not something I should teach. That's not a prompt I should share. That's not a method that worked. And I was very bad at predicting email open rates based on the subject lines and pre-header text. But that led me to think about what else could be done with that use case, screenshots of email inboxes. And so, Katie, I took yours. You're looking at a big pile of your emails. This is actually clever. It's competitive analysis, different use case. So I took a screenshot of yours and I said, I'm giving you, you're an expert email strategist, skilled at, by the way, this is like prompt 101, right? You're an expert blank, skilled at blank. I'm just adding words that put me in the right corner of the predictive index inside ChatGPT. Identify themes and topics and evaluate their engagement strategies. It came back and sort of did a lovely job of summarizing the Trust Insights email strategy. This was that was kind of interesting. But what I mean, you tell me, does that feel like your content program?
It does. I like the term well-rounded, because that is something that we really try to focus on. Also with thought leadership and interaction, I feel like to have well-rounded, you have to have both. So I feel like those two things really do reflect the approach that we're taking.
I'm glad. Although I wouldn't have been surprised or disappointed if it hadn't worked out. The idea here is that I don't really trust AI. Okay, I do not trust AI. I check it. I don't trust it. You should. None of us should trust AI. You got to look it up, right? Check to see if it worked. Because there's so many people teaching so many methods today that we should all be a bit skeptical. And I've wasted many hours running experiments that failed. And I'm just reminding us all that sometimes there's things that you try that really, it sort of doesn't work.
Well, in this instance, and obviously it's a different topic, but there's so many missing pieces of information in order for this to be a really thoughtful analysis. I would have been shocked if this had worked. I would have been, I don't know. I don't even know how I would have felt, but yeah, there's so many missing pieces.
Right. It doesn't have, email open rates are largely a function of your trust in the sender name for starters. Like subject lines are a fraction of the importance of the sender name, whether or not you trust the person who sent it. I get an email from someone, like, I always open that, of course. They're amazing. I get this other, I don't care what the subject line is. Why would I? No, delete.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to speed up a little bit. Thought leader. So there are two content strategies, two formats for content that are predictably outperform all others. This was Steve Rayson, the co-founder of BuzzSumo, way back in the day. He said the two most successful formats are strong opinion and original research. So I'm just going to quickly show you how to use AI for these two use cases. I believe that these two formats are sort of future-proof even in the AI era, because AI really sort of can't produce new original research and data and run surveys and create new statistics. And it also is not very good at taking a stand or strong opinion, although that's one that people like to debate me on. I'll do that one first. Strong opinion. Here's a strong opinion prompt. Although I don't want to be controversial, so I want to keep it kind of non-controversial. What are some relatively mundane, almost trivial topics that large exotic animal veterinarians have strong opinions about? These are wonderful. They're hilarious, and I love them. Glove thickness, dart gun versus blowpipe, needle gauges for zebras versus rhinos. Like, I never would have thought of these. And you can imagine, right? The zookeeper is going to be like, heck yeah, that medicine smells terrible, right? Worst smelling medicines, best truck setup, most annoying species. So AI has never smelled medication, even if it made a picture of someone smelling medication. AI has never set up a truck, and AI was never been annoyed by a species, but you have. Your audience has. This is taking a stand, even on a kind of a mundane topic, and then engaging in the conversation about it. That's a human thing. Yet today, I believe. Just yesterday, someone wanted to debate me on that, but I think that's a differentiated format for content. Your thoughts?
No, I agree. I think, and this is something that I debate people about as well, but I'm actually in the same camp as you, Andy, where AI can do a lot of things, and you can upload a lot of background information, the knowledge blocks. You can say, here's hundreds of samples of my writing. Like, we've actually done that. We've built Katie Artifact. We've built Katie GPT. Like, if a system exists, then Katie exists digitally. But it never quite gets Katie. It never really gets what I'm thinking, because I, as a human, I'm complex, I'm nuanced, and there's no way, unless there's a physical plug in my head, that AI is ever really going to know everything about what I'm thinking. And a lot of times I'm drawing from experiences that have nothing to do with my job, or, I'm in some sort of, scenario and it inspires something related to what I want to talk about, or something makes me
Sure.
passionate or infuriated or whatever it is. AI doesn't know that about me. AI doesn't know how I'm going to react to
No.
everything. And so
Or your
I'm in
audience.
your camp.
That's right. And even if with some very complicated prompting, I could get AI to kind of take a stand or make some opinion statements, that is way harder than just having an opinion.
Mhm.
And people automatically have opinions. If you think that AI cares and will form and defend opinions, ask yourself why you don't follow AI.
Mhm.
That's not a thing, right? We follow each other. Most of our conversations with each other we're naturally just spewing all kinds of points of view.
Mhm.
Really, AI wouldn't really write any of those things. But that prompt is fun. I ran it again for office managers. What are some relatively mundane, trivial topics office managers have strong opinions about? So those were
Mhm.
targeting office managers. Thermostat battles. 100% of humans are experiencing temperature at the moment.
Mhm.
Reply all abuse. Everyone who heard me say those words had an opinion, right? It's triggering, right? You're starting
It is.
conversations. This is like a social media strategy. How to load a dishwasher.
Mhm.
People have, all of you, everyone listening to those words just
Yep.
had a thought about that. You're the one who cares. You're the one who thinks someone else does it wrong. You're the one who gets in trouble for doing it wrong.
Oh yeah.
How about reheating fish in a microwave? The office managers have rules about microwave use, and reheating fish is a no-no. AI doesn't care. It doesn't care. It's math,
Mhm.
people. Okay. I'm going to move
You know
on.
what I actually, before you move on too
Yeah,
fast,
please.
what I actually like about that
Uh-huh.
prompt of take a stance on something mundane is I feel like that should be part of your persona generation, because
Ah.
these are the things that people actually care about.
Yeah.
Versus, we talk about these
Yeah.
big pain points of like,
Yeah.
yes, the emergency service, those are big things, but this is what people are actually dealing with day to day. This really gets more to the heart of what people care about.
That segues into this next topic, and something that I've learned from you partly, and you're going to watch me now use personas to do content strategy and the limitations therein, or rather the importance of building very detailed personas. This will make sense in a second. Strong opinion and original research. So we did strong opinion. Here's original research. Original research is something that AI sort of can't do. I'm going to put on screen some data I have not yet published. I just did a survey with 1,000 people in general population. I partnered with Question Pro. Question Pro is a fantastic surveying tool. Highly recommended. Easy, fast. Does exactly what you need. Question Pro shared my questions with 1,000 people in the US. And the questions were about, when do you use search? When do you use AI? I'm trying to figure out if AI will end up taking market share from Google. Like if AI apps and chatbots will take market share from Google. Anyway, the data starts to show that for short, simple answers, Google's fine. We're going to keep using it for that, probably maybe forever. But if you want to get step-by-step instructions or something where there's a subsequent action or some really detailed information, some long form, deep research type stuff, you're more like, those are the use cases where AI is maybe more popular. Anyway, what's on your screen is not something AI can sort of do, right? Like, this is new data. This did not exist 1 week ago. Literally, like, this is new. You're seeing something brand new. I will be publishing this, I think, in a week. Anyway, now here's a prompt for getting that. You're a content strategist looking for original research topics. I'm an SEO, so I want to get attention from journalists. Links matter. I want content that wins links and attention. What are the frequently asserted but rarely supported statements from zookeepers? That's what the SEO that drives journalism and links. Original research that does that is the research that supports other people's statements, because then they cite you all the time when they're talking about a topic. Find missing statistics and publish those. That's a link attraction strategy. I've been an SEO for 24 years. Plenty of SEOs in this meeting, I know. I gave it the persona, though, and watch what happens. It's a bit too on the nose, right? Like effectiveness of enrichment programs, impact of budget cuts on animal welfare, animal stress and recovery rates. These are like medical research. I'm doing content marketing. I'm not doing like phase 3 clinical trials. I would need a veterinary partnership and a lot of doctors to find the correlation between preventative healthcare programs and disease outbreaks. So what I realized is that, and you helped teach me when you saw this recently, you're like, Andy, your problem is that's a buyer persona, which is too focused on the bottom of the funnel. Katie, can you help us understand?
Yeah. That's the exact issue, my issue that I have with when someone says I'm using a buyer persona. I try to step back and think about the human as a whole. 99% of the time, I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know what's bothering me. I don't know what problem I need to solve. I might be hungry. I might be thirsty. I might be overtired. Who knows? This buyer persona, which, has a place in time.
Sure.
But a buyer persona, if you're exclusively using a buyer persona, you're assuming people already know what their problem is.
Right.
And 99% of people do not know the problem they are trying to solve. So you may create this really great, you could spend lots of money, get this correlation, do a stage 3 clinical trial. It doesn't matter because that's not the problem people are trying to solve. They don't know that that's a problem. They're just like, oh yeah, that's nice.
Right.
When you were back at, the prompt about create strong opinions about mundane things, I looked at that and I said, that's more on the nose of the everyday thing that people are trying to solve for. Yeah, budget cuts, that's a big deal. Animal stress, we are they're in that every day. But right now, right in this moment, the thing that's going to get that emotional response is whether or not my gloves fit.
It makes perfect sense. If you're doing content strategy, you're creating content marketing, which is partly about the top of the funnel, and 95% of your audience is not really in the market to buy anything anyway, right? That's exactly, I love it, and that insight from you. So here I am testing my prompts, debugging my code, and I gave it the same prompt without the persona. Look at the difference. These are way more fun. Zookeeper burnout, hand-reared animals and breeding, zookeeping is a female-dominated profession. I would click on these. Like this, this looks like a much more interesting, engaging content strategy instead of health outcomes and animal stress and enrichment program. How many zoos animals are named by the public versus the staff? That's going to be such a fun roundup, right? Like it's got a panda and a tiger. Everyone who reads it is going to think about the names of animals. Like it's so fun. Like noise pollution, that's interesting. Everyone, is subject to noise. Which animals are the most high maintenance? So get rid of the buyer. If your persona doesn't include the big picture, high level interests and more whimsical information needs type stuff. If it's strictly a buyer, bottom of funnel buyer persona, don't use it in content strategy prompts. Consider or try the prompt both ways.
I would agree with that because I think then you're missing out on, to your point, Andy, capturing the attention, noise pollution in zoos. I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about, what happens if you live near a zoo. Do you have, you think about it if you live near like a train station, but not about a zoo. You're like, do I have to hear the lions roaring all night long? Are they nocturnal? I don't know. Now I have to find out more. And then you sort of go down the rabbit hole of the content that Andy is creating about, zookeepers. And because you're like, wow, he's really answering all these weird questions. So then when you have a problem that you're solving, you're like, well, Andy knows the answer. I'm going to go to him.
Yeah. I think you said a keyword, weird. Your content strategy should be a little bit weird, and it's not going to be weird enough if it's trained on a buyer. Okay.
I agree.
I'm going to do two more. This one is about another from Lisa Adams. Again, follow Lisa on LinkedIn. Where does the audience spend time? This is her watering holes prompt, which is like a PR strategy. Here, the persona I think works fine. It's mostly just putting the AI into the general category. It's to identify places where your audience learns and engages and interacts. We'll be sharing the slides, but take a screenshot of this one. It does amazing things. It's going to create, here, I'll hold there for a second. It's going to create a table that shows the places where these people hang out. I love this for content marketing. So Alex goes to these industry associations. Let's pitch. Hangs out in these communities. Let's listen. attends these events, let's go. Collaborates with these organizations, let's reach out. Reads these articles, reads these newsletters. We should be present. So, relative to the time it takes to copy and paste that prompt in there, I think this is worthwhile. And it just, a good content program isn't just trapped on a website. You need to be out there, especially in the future of AI, where you're trying to train AI to recommend your brand. You need to have a big digital footprint these days. PR is more important than ever before. So look at that handsome zookeeper networking in person. Okay, we're going to come down to it here. I want to share my favorite method. This is like, if I could only do one thing, I would do this. And I've got a lot of other stuff in this deck that really we could do. Maybe Duda will let us give us like a couple hours one day. It's the sales page review. I am heavily biased toward this, not just because I'm a web development company, but because if we check analytics, you will instantly see that people who start on this small number of key pages are really the people who convert. It's those money pages, the home page, and those 3 or 6 product pages or service pages on any website that do most of the hard work. These are the pages that convert visitors into leads. Okay, like 10 times the rate. So if we're targeting zookeepers, here's your page about exotic animal vet services. If this was our site, there's likely people on this page right now. This should be treated as an urgent job, because if you check analytics, and I could tab out and go to mine right now, and you'd see there's probably 10 people on these pages right now. You could improve lead gen with no other change to your marketing except polishing these pages until they are a masterpiece of conversion optimization. That's your first job. Fix the mousetrap before you go make more cheese. I'm really focused on this because I know that it's bottom of funnel. There's people on there today. The improvements to them are very durable. You don't have to. It's not like TikTok. You got to make another one, right? This is like fixing it in a way that it will persist in its benefit. And the zookeepers on there are just confused. They're just like, what's that about? Okay, so my favorite way to give AI pages for conversion optimization is the full page screenshot. Use Go Full Page, or use TechSmith Snagit, or use Awesome Screenshot, or use whatever you want. You take a full page screenshot of the page. That, I think, in this use case is helpful because it can see the trust badges and seals. It can see the use of faces and imagery, and it can see like awards and certifications and client logos. Some conversion elements. All of conversion is a function of visual hierarchy. This is we're not talking to algorithms here. I'm totally focused on the visitor. And the prompt is quite straightforward, actually. It's sort of a list of best practices. You could write your own or take a screenshot of this one. This is a CRO prompt. Does the header tell the visitor where they are? The first question of every visitor to every web page is, am I in the right place? Does the copy answer questions and address objections? That's the job of the page. That's why you have a visitor. It's to answer their questions and address their objections. And third key point, use supportive evidence to support the claims. Or does it just make a big pile of unsupported marketing claims? Often the evidence is the main differentiation. Does it trigger cognitive biases? Does it have a good call to action? Give it a page and then rate the effectiveness. This is my favorite type of prompt, right? Like, I'm not telling it to give me a yes or no. I want to use my brain here. Rate the extent to which it does or does not use supportive evidence, aligns or does not align with the persona's information needs. I want to scale so I can think through it. What does it think? Well, the header was pretty good. 4 out of 5. Complete veterinary services for zoos and aquariums. I'm in agreement. Testimonials, case studies, social proof, very low. It's lacking any supportive evidence, right? What about personal connection? Not very good. It'd be better to have more faces or real people or reasons to believe, personal connection. Doesn't really trigger cognitive biases. Contact is not a good call to action. This is the money prompt. This is something we should do right away. They're falling in love. Your page is so good. Look at the chemistry.
It's,
Zookeepers.
I mean, it's outstanding.
I know.
I feel like I'm giving myself a neck cramp nodding. Like I can't nod harder without it looking weird.
Oh,
But
there's a lot.
so,
Thank you.
we were talking a few minutes ago when not to use the buyer persona. That is 100% when you should be using the buyer persona. I love a scoring rubric, using your ICP, using your persona. I do not publish any content live until I have run it through my ICP scoring
Yes.
rubric so that I can say, unless I get like an 85 or above, because
Yep.
we're weird and we did it on a 100-point scale and like everything adds up. It's
Good
very
enough.
fun.
Same. Good
But,
for you.
Like
Works.
until it passes, at least an 85 or above, it's not going to see the light of day, because then I'm wasting my time and I'm wasting my prospects' time. I'm wasting my audience's time by giving them something that's going to be like, oh, well, Katie's putting out, mediocre content again. I'm just going to stop following her. She's not reaching me at all.
Just think of how inefficient that was. We'll look back and say that was a primitive era for marketing because, I made this landing page. I liked it. Put it in the
Mhm.
market. The first 400 visitors puked on their keyboard. What a waste of your money. I had the good fortune of sitting next to like this, global head of analytics for a huge automotive company. Weird, I'm there. What am I doing in this room? Like, what are you doing with AI? Simulations. Exactly. That is the main thing here, right? And if you want to go one step further with that in the last 10 seconds, go give it your more pages. Go give it all of your competitors' pages. And these are your personas' prioritized information needs. This is the extent to which each of these brands did and did not align or meet the information needs of the buyer. If you didn't win this, you are in trouble. Do that now.
Well, when you think about building that persona, if you're just using your judgment, you're putting your bias into it. Like, this is what I think they want versus what do they actually want. They need to tell me. Take yourself out of it altogether. You'll set yourself up for so much more success, and you'll get to 5s across the board.
If marketing was always about empathy and digital marketing became data-driven empathy, this is just the next level. It is, before putting something into the market, test it with a synthetic member of your target audience. That becomes your primary knowledge block for all kinds of future marketing. Highly recommended. Santi, we could go on all day. We ran out of time.
Absolutely.
I wish I think we hit the main points. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, this was fantastic. As usual, Andy and Katie, this is amazing. I was taking screenshots and notes and everything. I'm taking a lot of this to my own content team here at Duda. So thank you again to both of you. And we have just one question here about the slides. We will be sharing slides afterwards. So thank you to everyone for joining us and wrapping up this 5 hours of AI and agencies.
Thanks, Santi. Thanks, Duda. Thank you, Katie. This was great.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Duda.
Have a beautiful day. Bye-bye.
Bye.